If colleagues are settled, we can continue with business. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Universal Credit Removal of Two-Child Limit Bill, second reading.
No.
The reasoned amendment on the order paper has not been selected. Minister to move the second reading. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, core to our belief is that no one, no matter what their background, should be trapped by their circumstances. People should have the chance to make the best life they possibly can. Poverty is a barrier to that ambition, and it makes it much harder for people to achieve their full potential. This legislation has its roots in the change made during the Conservative years to introduce the two-child limit of support for families on universal credit. Now, let's be clear at the start about what this was always about. It was never really about welfare reform, nor was it even about saving money. No, this was always first and foremost a political exercise, an attempt to set a trap for opponents, with children used as the pawns in the exercise. This was all about the politics of dividing lines. Dividing lines between so-called shirkers and strivers, between the old distinction of the deserving and undeserving poor. Politics first and policy second every time. I'm very happy to give that.
Well, the Braddon gentleman has provoked me into responding because I served under that last government and was involved in all of those decisions. And there was a clear principle. There was a principle behind this, which is, will people take responsibility for their own actions? Because there are thousands, millions of people who choose not to have more children because they want to take responsibility for their lives and they don't want the state to take responsibility. And yet now with this change, the government is saying to those people, not only will the state take responsibility, you, as the individual, will have to pay for it through higher taxes. This is the principle at stake here, and the government is reversing a clear principle position the last government took.
State, before the Secretary of State responds. There are many colleagues in the chamber, and I can understand how passionate this debate is, but let's try and keep the noise down when colleagues are contributing. Secretary of State.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman has set out the justification, and I'm about to come on as to why that didn't stack up at the time, and it certainly doesn't stack up after the experience of the policy. And we should begin by considering why none of our neighbouring countries has this two-child limit. And given that it was always primarily about politics, it is no surprise that it did not achieve the policy objectives that the Right Honourable Friend just tried to set out. The Tories claimed that this would lead to people making different choices about the number of children they would have. But that didn't happen. And the family size premise was itself based on the fundamental misconception that there is a static group of people who are always on universal credit. But this is not a static group, not at the moment. People's circumstances change, marriages break up, spouses die, jobs can be lost. In fact, around half of the families who will benefit from the lifting of the two-child limit were not on universal credit when they had any of their children. This is not a static group of people, which strives directly to the heart of the argument that the Right Honourable Gentleman tried to make. I'm happy to give way.
Well, to the Minister for giving way. 12 months ago, not only did this government support the two-child cap, but it was busy suspending Labour backbenchers who voted against it. Could he tell the House what was it about the Prime Minister's weak position that caused him to change his mind?
Child poverty, unlike you.
Well, I am going to come on to the timing of this and exactly why the timing of this is right in the way that we took the decision. So as I said, not at the moment, as I said, Around half the families who will benefit were not on universal credit when they had any of their children. These are people who found themselves in need of help long after any decisions about family size had been taken. And when it came to costs, no account was taken of the costs further down the line. Lower educational attainment, worse mental health, lower earnings, perhaps for the whole of people's working lives. I'm happy to give way to it.
Secretary of State regrets saying that whether the two-child cap on benefits causes harm is open to debate.
I don't regret anything I've ever said on this debate, so no, I do not regret that. So all along in this debate, there's been an attempt to divide workers from non-workers. But around 60% of families affected, if she shows a little patience, around 60% of families affected by the current policy are in work. And of those who aren't working, a significant number are affected by serious health conditions or caring responsibilities, circumstances in which any of us could find ourselves. But as I've said, this was never really about work or decisions about family size or saving money. It was political through and through. And it was children who paid the price, with 300,000 more of them going into poverty as a result. Now, the honourable member is very keen, so I'm going to give way to him.
But 300,000 were in poverty a year ago, and he's allowed it to persist till now. What has changed? It's not the fiscal situation. It's not any room in the benefits budget. This is the Labour equivalent of Project Save Big Dog, isn't it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, timing does matter, and if he shows a little patience, I'll tell him exactly why we've done this in the timing that we have. So all the policy did was force more children into poverty, and indeed, alongside their other key welfare measure, trapping the sick out of work. Now, even some voices on the right recognise the damage that this policy did. Former Tory Welfare Minister Lord Freud described it as vicious, said it had been forced on the DWP by the Treasury at the time. And the new recruit for reform, the former Conservative Home Secretary, said, let's abolish the two-child limit and eradicate child poverty for good. I don't know if that's still her position. We will find out in the vote. But it seems that the new party she's joined wants to restore the two-child limit. They're not just importing failed Tory politicians, they are importing failed Tory policies too. Between 2010, when the Conservatives came into office, and the summer of 2024, when they left it, child poverty had risen by some 900,000. And that is something to ponder as they have their debate on the benches opposite about whether Britain is broken or not. And if it is, who was responsible? Who designed the welfare system that they tell us is broken on a daily basis? They did. Who broke the prison system that we've had to rescue? They did. Who shook international confidence in our economy and its key institutions? They did. And this is the inescapable problem that they have with their current position. An attack line that says, we trashed the country and we left you with a terrible inheritance might just not be the winning argument that they think it is. So let them have their debate about whether Britain is broken, while we get on with the task of fixing what they left behind. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, I'll give way to my
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this is a crucial policy because it is exactly as he has described. But it's a down payment on tackling other failures of the former government, the poor quality and overcrowded housing that puts too many children in a poverty of situation. And is he not proud like me that we've now got a Labour government that's tackling these issues and getting our children where they should be?
My friend is right, and the point she makes is we also tackle them piece by piece and over time. And I want to turn now to this question that people have asked of why not do this right away? And here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the difference between government and opposition. In opposition, the truth is it's easy to tally up everything that's wrong with the country and promise to reverse it. But a winning manifesto has to be more than a list of what is wrong. We spent plenty of time, not at the moment, we spent plenty of time in opposition writing those lists. We had many years to do it, only to see them turn to dust on the morning of an election defeat. Good intentions, written off by the voters, because the hard yards of winning their trust on the essentials of exercising power had not been done. Change only comes by earning the trust that is essential to victory. And it's because we did that that we are able to sit on this side of the House and change anything at all, whether that's for children, low-paid workers or anyone else. And our first job when we came into office was to stabilise the economy after the irresponsibility and chaos of the Tory years. And even after my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, had done that, change still has to be paid for. And that is why she was right to spell out at the budget that this policy can only be done now and can only be funded through a combination of savings from fraud and error in the benefit system, changes to the Motability Scheme and reform of online gambling taxation. I give way to the
Honourable Gentleman for giving way. And I have tried my best to be patient, as I think he indicated I should be. But surely does he not agree there's only one way that is going to pay for these increases? Taxes. Yeah.
Well, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, spelled out at the budget how it was going to be paid for. And if she didn't hear me the first time, I'm happy to repeat. Savings from fraud and error in the benefit system, changes to the Motability Scheme that they didn't carry out when they were in power, and reform of online gambling taxation. It was also right that we did the work and took the time to do the work on the child poverty strategy that was so ably co-chaired by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, which means that the strategy included wider policies on childcare, school holidays help, and a number of other measures, as well as those in the bill before us today. Now, the bill is about ensuring that children have the chance of a better life. It will mean 450,000 fewer children in poverty in the last year of this Parliament. And taken together with the other measures in the child poverty strategy, it will lift an estimated 550,000 children out of poverty. Just as the last Labour government reduced child poverty, this Labour government will reduce child poverty.
Secretary of State, and I'm glad that the UK Government is finally taking action on child poverty and removing the two-child cap on universal credit through this bill today, a policy that Plaid, of course, has opposed from the start. But more than 1 in 5 households affected by the two-child limit will not benefit because of the cap in benefits. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that the Government should now lift the benefit cap so that every eligible household and every eligible child receive the full support this bill sets out to provide?
Hear, hear.
Well, I would remind her that the benefit cap doesn't apply to families who are in work or who have a disabled child. It is in place, and that approach balances support and fairness without undermining incentives to work. Now, the bill will also remove the need for the vile policy known as the rape clause. Yeah. That is a feature of the current Conservative regime that we inherited. Women will no longer have to relive terrible experiences to get support for their child. And for the families who benefit from this measure, it will help all children, regardless of the circumstances of their birth. Yeah. My understanding is that it's the position of the party opposite to bring back the limit and therefore to bring back this provision. Perhaps the Shadow Secretary of State can clarify that when she comes to speak, and perhaps Reform can clarify that when they contribute to the debate too. Madam Deputy Speaker, the policy change in this bill is not just about the redistribution of money. It's not just about placing children on the right side of an income line in a spreadsheet. It is about changing the story of children's lives. And that's an investment worth making for the whole country. It's about giving children a genuine shot at life so that they can do well at school, stay healthy, and contribute to the country and their community as an adult. That is harder when children grow up poor. They are less likely to do well at school, with less than a quarter of children in the lowest income households getting 5 good GCSEs. Poor children are likely to be earning about 25% less than their peers by the age of 30. They are 4 times more likely to experience mental health problems, with growing consequences for worklessness and indeed for the benefits bill later in life that we are seeing in the system today. They are more likely not to be in education, employment or training, numbers which grew rapidly in the final years of the party opposite's time in power and about which they did nothing. That is why we are reforming the system through changing the incentives in universal credit, ending the situation where the sick were signed off and written off, and increasing support to get disabled people into work. As Sir Charlie Mayfield estimated in his recent Keep Britain Working report, someone leaving the workforce in their 20s can lose out on over £1 million in lifetime earnings, with the state incurring a similar cost to support them. These are the kinds of consequences that were not thought through when this policy was introduced, but it is essential that they are part of our debate about changing it today. Investing in children's potential today is about changing lives through better educational attainment, improved health, a better chance of a decent job. The most radical thing that a government can do is enable people to change their own story. Our ambitions should go well beyond providing financially for people. They should be about providing the platform for that change. So there's a direct link between this bill and the other things we're doing. More help for childcare, for working parents, to make work pay and ease the choice between looking after children and taking up a job. That is in their interest and in the national interest. Because why should we lose the talents of parents who have children? The Youth Guarantee to help the young unemployed with training, work experience and ultimately a subsidised job, so that they know the pride and purpose that comes with having work. That's in their interest and in the national interest. More apprenticeships for young people, stopping the 40% decline in youth apprenticeship starts over the last decade, in their interest and in the national interest. Better life chances are part of the battle against the human and social cost of more and more young people being signed off sick and declared unfit for work. And all of this becomes more urgent as the population ages and we need more young workers to support the country in the future. A better start in life is a bond between the generations. A good childhood is in all our interests and in the national interest. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate is part of a wider one in politics, because we've seen in this debate and on other issues, there is in our country a politics of division that wants to set person against person and group against group. And I believe we're only in the foothills of this. We will see more of it, homegrown and imported from overseas, becoming ever harsher as it seeks to use rage to fuel itself and to win support. This is the battle to come, not just on this issue, but in a much wider way. And I want to make clear today that we set ourselves against that politics. We make a clear and explicit choice to reject it. Anger and division are not the fuel upon which this country's future must be built. They will produce nothing, they will solve nothing. Indeed, they will only perpetuate the chaos in the country, which people are so tired of. So instead, we embrace the mantle of hope to offer a chance and not a grievance. A society where we help each other up rather than trying to tear each other down. Where we say to those born into poor circumstances, we will help you be the best you can be. Not through altruism, but because we need you, we believe in you, and we want your contribution. This is in our interest and in the national interest, and this is the fight to come between these two kinds of politics, and that's what the change in this bill is all about, and that's why I commend it to the House.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every week, millions of people up and down the country sit at their kitchen table and do the sums. What's coming in, what's going out, and what simply isn't affordable. Sometimes the conversation may take a more serious turn to one of life's biggest decisions. Shall we start a family? Or can we afford another child? And though romantics might love this to be a decision about whether you want the joy of bringing new life into this world, the reality is many people ask themselves, can we afford it? They're not looking to someone else to help them make ends meet or pick up the bill. They're just doing the maths. Now that's a difficult conversation, but it's a simple question members should ask themselves today before we vote. Why should people on benefits get to avoid the hard choices faced by everyone else? Now let's be clear about what the two-child cap is and what it isn't. The two-child cap restricts the additional universal credit a household can get to the amount for 2 children, with carefully considered exceptions such as twins or non-consensual conception. It does not apply to child benefit. What it does is say there's a limit. There's a point at which it's simply not fair to make taxpayers fund choices they themselves cannot afford to make. I'll give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. So what has she got to say to my constituent, who found herself single with 3 children, in temporary accommodation, then moved into a 1-bedroom flat with 3 children? Her youngest, in the overcrowding conditions, got ill. She had to give up her good job to look after that child. This is a lifeline for her. She wants to go back to work, but it's difficult. She did not choose to be in that situation. It wasn't a choice. And for the record, most of my constituents don't have space for a kitchen table.
I'll say to the Right Honourable Lady that I am sure we all around this House care about poverty and the prospects for children. But the answer to that is not to spend more and hand out more money and to trap people in worklessness. The answer is to support people to work, exactly the opposite of what her government is doing. We all know that bringing up children is expensive and important. But when working couples are having to make tough decisions about whether they can afford to start a family at all, they should not be asked to pay higher taxes to fund someone else to have a 3rd, 4th or 5th child. If you're in work, you don't get a pay rise because you have another child. And if we are serious about avoiding a benefits trap where it pays more to be on welfare than in work, then we should be honest about what happens if you lift the two-child cap. Benefits for individual households rise by thousands. Nearly 500,000 households will receive around 5,000 more on average. A single parent on universal credit with 5 children could get an extra £10,000 without doing any work, taking their household income to over £45,000 untaxed. You have to earn around £60,000 to get from your own income from work to that income from work. There are around 75,000 households who will get between £10,000 and £21,000 extra as a result of this bill. For some of households, the extra money that they get in itself is more than a full-time income for someone on the minimum wage after tax. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that it is an issue of fairness for the taxpayer for working hard and being rewarded by someone else getting a benefit that is higher than what you're earning at a job? And that is the issue here, and that is why we need to keep the two-child benefit cap.
Helen, Whately. Exactly as my honourable friend says, and the point here is the amounts of extra money that some families will be receiving without even working is money that you have to have such a high income to achieve through work. It simply exacerbates the poverty trap. And I will give way to honourable members the other side in a moment. But I just ask honourable members to think about the implications of these kind of extra sums of money that people will be receiving. Some people will, quite frankly and factually, calculate that they can boost their income far more by having children than by working. The best way out of poverty won't be work. They don't like to hear this, but I'm sorry, it's just rational. The best way out of poverty won't be work, it'll be having babies. And on this, I want to address the argument that has been made that lifting the cap is necessary because women aren't having enough babies. We know that a declining birth rate is a cause for concern, but falling birth rates are driven by many factors. Changes in people's aspirations, the poor jobs market, the cost of housing and childcare, penalties motherhood imposes on careers, and the changing nature of 21st century relationships. Children are important. We need to have more. But the answer to this complex problem is not, here's some cash for having a kid. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, and I thank the right honourable member for giving way. We looked at this extensively in the Treasury Select Committee. I'm frankly unaware, Madam Deputy Speaker, of any particular evidence that supports the behavioural arguments that the right honourable lady sets out. But in any event, why should the 95,000 children in Scotland, bright, talented children, be punished by an utterly cruel policy? And is it not fatuous to suggest that people are having children for money and, frankly, insulting to people in Glasgow and across the United Kingdom?
Helen Whately.
I'll say to the honourable gentleman, the fact is that people do the sums. That is the reality of the world we live in. And that brings me, as he's a member of the Treasury Select Committee, as he indicated, so he must be interested in this question, even though he's looking at his phone, which brings me to an unavoidable question. Where is the £3 billion to fund this bill coming from? Or in fact, £14 billion over a 5-year period. We all know where it comes from. It will come from taxpayers, either today's or tomorrow's, from the men and women who get up every morning, go to work, pay their bills and do the right thing. At the last budget, the Chancellor made a deliberate political choice, she knows, to raise taxes on people who work and save so that millions who do not work will receive more in benefits. Working families already make hard choices. Many already strive and struggle to live within their means. This bill asks them to shoulder even more. I give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. She must know that, in fact, the vast majority of families in poverty contain at least one adult in work. And she asks how this is being paid for. Well, it's being paid for by increasing taxes on gambling giants. So wouldn't it be more truthful to say that she is on the side of gambling giants and not children in poverty?
Helen Whately.
Unfortunately, the honourable lady doesn't seem to understand that hypothecated taxes isn't a thing. What she says simply doesn't make sense. The fact is, this will cost the government money, so it will cost taxpayers money, either people now or in the future. That is simply the way it works.
I've got a question too.
I'd be delighted to hear.
Desmond Swain.
We've now heard the shouts of cruelty and the rape clause, but I can only see one of the 7 who was suspended sitting opposite now. The rest of them kept their heads down and voted to perpetuate what they call this cruelty and the rape clause. How do they sleep at night?
My right honourable friend does indeed make quite a significant point about the strange position that so many MPs opposite find themselves in, having previously voted against lifting this cap, but now here they are being delighted about lifting it. Madam Deputy Speaker, members opposite say that this bill will end child poverty, and they have read that increasing handouts will decrease the metric called relative poverty. But relative poverty is actually a deeply misleading measure. It isn't an accurate measure of living standards. It tells you nothing about whether people have enough to live off or whether children will have better life chances. It can get worse when the country gets richer, even when living standards for the very poorest are rising. And it can look better when people are getting poorer. That's not progress, that's levelling down. And throwing money at one flawed metric is not a strategy. In fact, it risks doing the opposite of what ministers claim to want, trapping families in long-term dependency rather than lifting them out. There is a proven way to improve children's life chances, and that's work. Work allows parents to provide for their families, to pay the rent or mortgage, to put food on the table and clothes on their children's backs, to set an example to their children, to create structure and routine in their household. The Centre for Social Justice have found that children in workless households are 4 times more likely to be materially deprived. Yet under this government, the number of children growing up in workless households has risen at the fastest rate on record, now reaching 1.5 million. Contrast that with our record. From 2014 onwards, the number of children in workless households fell year on year. We lifted 1 million people out of absolute poverty, including 100,000 children. We drove unemployment down to historic lows. By contrast, under this Labour government, unemployment is rising month on month. So sadly, the number of children in workless households will keep on going up. And inflation is up too, almost double the level they inherited. Higher inflation means the money in your pocket is worth less. In other words, you're poorer. Fewer jobs, more unemployment, higher cost of living. That's what they are doing to people in this country. And I say this to them: you don't lift children out of poverty by making the whole country poorer. So what is this bill? I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I'm really enjoying listening how people have met constituents who have suffered hard times. I grew up in these hard times on welfare through a death of a parent, watching my mum go without food to feed us. But there is no possible way. Already, with pulling the changes to the benefit cuts, the country can afford this. We'll have no defence of the realm. Already, South Shropshire residents are going to start going without. There is no feasible way to fund this, whichever way they look at it. Does my right honourable friend agree with me?
Helen, Whately. My honourable friend makes such an important point, is that no other party in this chamber seems to realise the very serious financial position this country in, when we have to ask ourselves hard questions about what the country can afford. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Wait, I think we on this side of the House understand that at least the historical consistency that the benches opposite 186 years ago made the economic arguments against stopping children being sent up chimneys. You're still making the same arguments now, 186 years later, about stopping children being put into poverty. Same old Tories, 200 years later.
I mean, honestly, consistency, if he listened to what I'm about to say about the back and forth they had on this policy on his side of the House, he should think a bit harder before he talks about consistency. So what is this bill really about? If Labour truly believe lifting the 2-child limit is essential to tackling poverty, why did it take the Prime Minister 18 months to do it? Years ago, he called the cap punitive and he promised to scrap it. But then, once it secured the leadership of the Labour Party, he changed that tune. He said Labour were not going to abolish the 2-child limit. His Chancellor, sitting there, she said it was unaffordable. Just 6 months ago, they even suspended the whip from MPs who voted to lift the cap. But now the Prime Minister's leadership is under threat. Now it's the end for the cap. How long until he goes the same way? That's the real reason we're debating this legislation today. We have a weak Prime Minister running scared from his left-wing backbenchers. Talking of left-wing, I expect Labour will be joined in the division lobby later by some of the honourable members to the left of me. The Lib Dems, SNP Plaid, no doubt, they will also be competing to see who can be the most generous with other people's money. Reform have jumped on the welfare spending bandwagon too. Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll have noticed we haven't tabled an amendment to this bill. It's not that we think it's perfect, I hope that's clear. It's that any amendment still leaves you with a watered-down version of the cap. Other parties have gotten a right muddle on this, one in particular. But to us, it's clear and simple. The cap should stay. Anything else is a worse policy. Amending this bill is not the right answer. Just vote it down. Madam Deputy Speaker, first and foremost, I've argued against this bill on the grounds of fairness, but there's another reason to vote against it too. More than half of households in this country now receive more from the state than they pay in. The benefits bill is ballooning. Health and disability benefits alone are set to reach $100 billion by the end of the decade, more than we spend on defence, education or policing. The benefits bill is a ticking time bomb. We have to start living within our means. Other parties are simply in denial about the situation we face in our country. The Conservatives are the only party who recognise how serious this is. We wouldn't be spending more on benefits. In fact, we've set out how we'd be saving $23 billion. We'd stop giving benefits to foreign nationals, stop giving benefits for lower-level mental health problems and milder neurodiversity, stop the abuse of mobility and bring back face-to-face assessments. We'd get the benefits bill under control and back people to work. They claim to be compassionate. But there is nothing compassionate about making welfare the rational choice, nothing compassionate about rewarding dependency over work, and nothing compassionate about saddling working families with higher taxes to fund political U-turns. Outside this place, people can see what is happening. They know when a system is unfair. They know when a government has lost its way. They know when a Prime Minister's time is up. Members of this House shouldn't be enticed by his final throws. Step back and do what's right for the country. Back people who do the right thing. Back jobs and work and lower taxes. Back living within our means and raising the standard of living for everyone. Not a policy that will add billions to the benefits bill and traps parents in a downward spiral of dependency. This bill does not end poverty. It entrenches it. So we oppose it.
I come to the Select Committee Chair, Debbie Abrahams, after which I will come to Steve Darling. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of the measures brought forward in this government's budget last year, the abolition of the two-child limit is the one that fills me with most hope, and more than a little pride as well. So I thank the government for listening to so many of us who are raising this as a concern. As my right honourable friend has already reminded us, child poverty isn't just about children going hungry once in a while, or them not being able to choose to buy the designer trainers that they want. For every 1% increase in child poverty, more babies die before their first birthday. In fact, it's been quantified as a causal link, and it's 5.8 additional deaths per 100,000 live births. A baby born into a poor family is 5 times more likely to die than a baby born who is born into a wealthy one. So I ask the party opposite to consider this when they make their interventions and their speeches this afternoon. If they are lucky enough to survive that first year, they will be more likely to suffer poor physical and mental ill health and more likely to end up as an emergency hospital admission. The impacts on their neurological development as they grow are profound. The brain actually changes in how it makes its neural connections because of the stress and adversity that children go through. And this in turn affects their behaviour, their cognitive development and their achievements in school. And these disadvantages continue into adolescence and adulthood. It affects every aspect of children's lives. We are rightly concerned about the numbers of young people who are not in education, employment or training, so-called NEETs. Nearly 1 million 16 to 24-year-olds are in this position. But we must look at the evidence of why this is, and not just to jump to conclusions for political expediency. There's strong evidence from the UK Millennium Cohort Study that persistent exposure to poverty and childhood adversity, including poor parental mental health, means that you are 5 times more likely to be in need. It is estimated that more than half nearly 53% of the current NEET cases are attributable to persistent exposure to poverty and childhood adversity. It's not because young people fancy a duvet day, and it really does. I think these are disgraceful phrases that are being repeated in the media.
Yeah.
And he goes on, so right through adolescence, young adulthood, into your earning capacity, as we've already heard. The party opposite, when in government, were warned repeatedly. I actually shadowed the government in this role and took the bill through the House on behalf of the party. And they had repeated warnings. Well, I was chaired an APPG, Madam Deputy Speaker, that raised this as, and we engaged with the Faculty of Public Health. We actually did an impact analysis to identify the harms that would take place, and did a retrospective analysis to show the damage it was already having. That the bill there was the 2-child limit, the benefit cap, but also the benefit freeze. We must not forget the benefit freeze as well. The harms this has had to children's lives, to our young adults now, it is absolutely shameful. I will, thank you.
Thank you. I thank the honourable friend for giving way. I think one of the things that we look at in the Work and Pension Select Committee is quite clear. The evidence is there. Removing the 2-child benefit cap will enable that long-term investment in our young people, that poverty, those young people in poverty suffer extraordinarily, and we need to give those young people those life chances.
Absolutely, and my honourable friend is a wonderful member of the Select Committee. I thank her for that. She's a very active member in particular the joint committee that we have with the Education Select Committee as well. But I wanted to go on very briefly to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in the space of the 15 years between 2010 and when we became elected in 2024, we saw child poverty escalate from 3.9 million children, 29%, to 4.3 million, 31%. So going back to the calculation at the beginning of my speech, the impacts on families that have been bereaved as a consequence of the unfortunate position that they're in financially can't be underestimated. Like many of us, our constituents have grown up under the clouds and chains of austerity, clinging on to the hope that things could get better. And I believe it is that hope that is why we are here on these benches, and how important what we are doing now and today as part of that, and building that whole, rebuilding that trust with the people who've invested their vote, trusted us to deliver for them. So I cannot thank the government enough for doing this. But as has already been said, it is a down payment. There needs to be more. We can overturn the horrors of the last 15 years. We have done so in the past, and we can again. We've prepared the ground for a better Britain. And this year, we will start to see children and their families flourish. But I also recognise that this is only the first step. We are lifting 450,000 children to 500,000 children out of poverty, which is fantastic. But this is just about 10% of all children that are living in poverty. So we need to have our eye on that 90% that is still remaining. It can't be, that is an important first step, but it's the first step, and we must say this. And I know that my honourable friend, the chair of the Education Select Committee, and I are looking forward to exploring just how we can do this. As I previously mentioned, we need to be thinking beyond individual departmental budgets. Tackling child poverty needs to be a whole system government approach, which includes how we budget and how the OBR scores budgets. We need to use evidence much better in our policy planning. Our impact analyses are very narrow and don't reflect how people experience poverty and the impacts that this has, not just on the DWP, but on other departments as well. And this needs to change. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't see responding to the unequivocal evidence when it's presented to you, and some is just emerging. The bit that I mentioned about the UK Millennium Cohort Study, that's only come on stream in the last 6 or 7 months. It's right that you respond to that. It's a strength, not a weakness. It demonstrates humility and integrity. Poverty and inequality are not inevitable. They are political choices driven by values. And when that evidence changes, so should our decisions around that. Thank you.
Before I call Steve Darling, there are so many colleagues wishing to contribute. Backbenchers will be on a speaking limit, and a speaking limit will start at 5.5 minutes. I now go to Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Liberal Democrats exist to build and safeguard a society that is free, open and fair. And that society needs to be a society that no one is enslaved by poverty, ignorance and conformity. And that's why we as Liberal Democrats, it is in our DNA to be against the 2-child limit. There's 4.5 million children who actually live in poverty within the UK. And I know somebody who takes a passion for the future of our children, whether it's looked after children, adopted children and so forth. It is that they are all our responsibility, and we should have a passion for supporting our youngsters, because in our country, children are 20% of our population, but they're 100% of our future. And we just need to reflect on where this was brought on. That's already been covered by some, that it was brought in by the Conservatives, this Dickensian policy of judging families. And it is judging because we've already heard from some members where, because of situations beyond people's circumstances, they find themselves where perhaps a family member, a parent, is suddenly ill, or even worse still, dies. And that parent is left alone providing for those youngsters in really difficult circumstances. But equally, why should we decide as a society that because you're the 3rd or 4th child, we value you less? And that seems morally bankrupt to believe in that. You know, it is so important that we value our children because they are our future. It is also very sad that 7 members of the Labour Party were suspended from the whip for doing the right thing and backing the ending of the 2-child limit. But I just wanted to reflect a little bit more about what this means in Torbay. I represent one of the most deprived constituencies in the southwest of England. And when I visited a school in Paynton, the head teacher told me how children turn up cold, tired and hungry. They have to provide warm clothes for the youngsters because parents can't afford it. They have to provide food for the youngsters. The head teacher was doing that incredible piece of altruism where she was taking on being a foster carer so that if a child did need support, she would be able to have the qualifications to step in and support the family in need. Elsewhere in Torbay, in Torquay, Barton Hill Academy, one of the things Jenny and I love going to schools, Jenny particularly, and so do the kids. Enjoy Jenny more than me, I'm sure. But the reality is, having a chat with youngsters about what you like and what don't you like about living in your town is something that's a special thing to do, whether you're a councillor or a member of Parliament. And usually you hear things about litter, the environment, graffiti, older kids swearing, things like that. But actually what I found really disturbing was how these youngsters, these 9 and 10-year-olds, were talking about the cost of living crisis, how they were worried about mom who couldn't quite afford to put enough petrol in the car, how the utility bills were worrying their parents, how they weren't doing so many nice things that they used to do a couple of years ago because mom or dad said they couldn't afford it anymore. So, with pleasure.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. It was, of course, his party in coalition that delivered on austerity and delivered this policy. Has he anything to say to the British public about that period of his party's history?
I thank the member for their non-partisan intervention, and I would say that we oppose the 2-child limit, and we're on the record for doing that, and I'm delighted that we did so. But the reality is that Since 2005, the Joseph Rowntree report have just highlighted how since 2005, tackling poverty in the UK has actually flatlined in a report published last week. So we as Liberal Democrats welcome this step forward of ending the two-child limit. And it isn't just about children. It is actually about the future of our country and investing in people and believing in them. When you look at the fact, as the Secretary of State has alluded to, youngsters have worse outcomes from education. They have higher levels of mental health challenges later in life. They are not able to contribute to society as strongly as they would. The reality is the taxman actually takes less off of them later in life because they have not so profitable jobs. And also, I was reflecting... With pleasure.
I'm very grateful. I'm slightly surprised the honourable gentleman is claiming they take less off. The student loans, which could have received the £3 billion this is going to, are effectively taxing young people at 71%. Does he not feel that tax rate is high enough?
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his thoughts on that. I would remind my colleague that shortly after the coalition, the Conservatives stripped away an awful lot of the safeguards around student loans, and that continues, and that is not a happy situation for many students up and down the country, that the Tories robbed them of those safeguards. But coming back to Torbay Hospital, my visit there, and I spoke to one of the senior directors of the hospital who was saying to me how she sees her role as extremely important, because it isn't just about treating people, it's actually tackling deprivation in Torbay that she talks about. And the fact that she comes across some patients who believe that a lifespan of up to around about 60-something is adequate. And that just reflects the levels of deprivation in my community, and one that this will help tackle. It will lift 2,000 children out of poverty in Torbay. We should have high ambitions for our country. As Liberal Democrats, we believe the best days of our country are ahead of us, and by lifting the two-child limit, we include more people in a brighter future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Janet Daby.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Torbay, and I appreciate their support for lifting the two-child limit. Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot express enough how delighted I am to speak in this debate. These changes will make a real, tangible difference to children and families' lives across our country. The cost of living, standards of living and thriving to live above the poverty line is a concern, and such a struggle for so many people and families. And prior to being a member of this House, I campaigned on lifting the two-child limit cap, and I've done so since being a member of this House. I hear of families with a roof over their head but no carpet under their feet, a window to look out of but no thick curtain to keep out the draught. It is miserable when you are cold, poor and uncomfortable, and anything and everything this government does to make life easier for communities is the right thing to do. I recently spoke to a head teacher at a local school of mine in my constituency, which serves one of the most deprived areas, and I found out that teachers are using their own money to buy children essential items like sanitary products, underwear and tights. And of course they need to do this because the children need them. We on this side of the House are right, we are compassionate about children compared to the members opposite. Now I love and I applaud the teachers and the school for its kindness and for the discreet way in which they help children. And I applaud all schools that do this for children, but children should not be in this situation in the first place. And in Lewisham, we have a shop called the Bank of Things, where secondary school children can receive the essential free items that they need, again, like toiletry products, pens, paper, and even school uniform. But at the heart of this, I know parents wish to provide for their children, but some just don't have the means to do so. And in fact, in my constituency, 65% of children living in poverty have at least one parent in work. Yeah. So this is absolutely not about parents who do not want to work. And it is why the broader child poverty strategy is so vital. Increases to the national living wage, strengthening workers' rights through the Employment Rights Bill, and expanded free childcare of working parents, reducing the cost of school uniforms, building more council homes. These measures and more work together to ensure that work pays and that parents and carers can provide for their families with dignity. Now, teachers and school staff are also purchasing lunch for children whose parents cannot afford it, but not because they want to, but because the free school meal, including all those on universal credit, put in place by this government, still leaves some families behind. This government's fair repayment rate policy also supports households with debts by reducing the maximum amount that can be deducted from universal credit from 25% to 15%. The previous Conservative government was despicable in its actions, and what it launched up children, the two-child limit cap and universal credit payment deductions at 25% was wrong. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation have said that as well as removing the two-child limit cap, a protected minimum floor to universal credit is also needed, which will reverse declining living standards for families with children and get children out of poverty and falling into poverty.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she rightly highlights that this is part of a wider structure and the number of parents that are in work. And doesn't she agree that part of our strategy on child poverty is also about supporting parents into better paid work so that they can continue to support their families and their children?
Daby. My friend is absolutely correct. It is about supporting parents into better paid work, absolutely. Quickly.
Can I just commend the Honourable Lady and put it on record? Thank the Honourable Lady for her words, thank the Minister for his commitment, and thank the Labour Government for bringing this forward. 50,000 children in Northern Ireland will benefit out of 13,000 households, out of child poverty and a better living standard. It has to be good news, and anybody's against that, there's something wrong with them.
Daby. I absolutely thank my honourable friend on the other side there, and he's stated that so eloquently and so accurately as well. This means that the last Conservative government got it wrong. I would also add that with rising rents and mortgages increases, they got it wrong. And who suffers? Babies, toddlers, primary and secondary age school children, and that is wrong. Unlike the previous government, this government accepts this overwhelming scale of a challenge, and I'm sure the government ministers will agree that more still needs to be done. But bringing further reality to the situation, my own son has paid for a school friend's lunch, and he's done this more than once. And he's done this because his friends do not have enough money on their lanyard. But I'm sure that so many other children share food with their friends because they have compassion and they do not want their friends to go hungry. Now, I welcome the government's decision to lift the two-child benefit cap. This will provide crucial support to an estimated 3,530 children across my constituency. It is a significant step, and I commend the government for taking it. Now, breakfast clubs are great, absolutely fantastic, but they are limited to primary schools, and this means secondary school children miss out. There could be 2 or 3 children from the same household. 2 children receive breakfast at primary school, but the other goes hungry at secondary school. This is not right. Parents should not have to worry about their ability to feed their children, and teachers should not have to subsidise parents or the state by feeding their pupils. And as I come to an end, I must mention the remarkable football player Marcus Rashford. As a child, he knew what it was like to go hungry, and he is dedicated to ensuring that it does not happen to other children. I respect his effort to reduce child poverty, and I ask this government to make the necessary effort to keep children out of poverty and to support them to ensure they have a full stomach and they reach their full potential in life.
Dr. Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. At its heart, this debate is about choices. And the choice before us today
is whether we believe that compassion is best expressed through limitless expenditure or through a system that is fair, responsible and worthy of the people who fund it. Now, we all share in this House the same objective. We want every child... Well, I hope we do, because we want every child in every corner of this country to have hope and opportunity in their future. But, if we are truly honest, a good society is not measured by how much it spends, but by how wisely it spends. And that is where this bill does not meet the test before it. So if I can begin with a real-life experience, I'll make some progress if I may. If I can start with a real-life experience from my own constituency. Some months ago, I met a couple at a community event. Both were in work, and both were clearly raising their children with a great deal of pride and care. And they spoke to me with a quiet determination about the sacrifices that they were forced to make. No foreign holidays, no luxuries, often working long hours, and of course careful budgeting of the household income. And the message they sent to me was that they didn't expect the state to intervene on their behalf. They weren't asking for anything special. They were merely asking for fairness. And fairness is what is at stake today. Now, the two-child limit rests on a simple principle, that the welfare system should reflect the real choices faced by working families up and down the country. Across the United Kingdom, parents weigh the responsibility against aspiration every day. They ask themselves, can they provide, can they sustain, and can they provide their children with security? I will give way.
Honourable gentleman just mentioned in terms of whether it was wise or not about the expenditure, and he then went on to say about choices. Did he? I don't know if you heard my speech, but children born into poor families are 5 times more likely to die just because they are poor. 5 times more likely than families that have a little bit more income. Is that fair to that child if they die because they were born into poor families? I can't understand the gentleman's logic.
I thank the honourable lady for her intervention. But this is about choices. We come to this place to make choices about how we spend taxpayers' money to ensure that it is fair across the board. We can all come with individual stories that, of course, are moving. But there is the reality. There is the reality of how we support the government expenditure across the board so that it is fair and equitable, and it ensures that families up and down the country are having to make similar choices every single day. Now, what this bill tells the country is that choices no longer matter. It tells the taxpayer that restraint is optional. It tells government that limits are now outdated. And the government says, and I understand it, that this bill will reduce child poverty, and I respect that intention. But poverty is not conquered by chequebooks alone. It's conquered by work, it's conquered by education, it's conquered by stability, and it's conquered by ambition. It is conquered when families are supported to stand tall and not encouraged to lean forever. And for far too long, politics has fallen into the trap of believing that every social problem has a fiscal solution. If only we spend some more money, if only we subsidise a little bit more, if only we borrow more. But history, of course, teaches us a much harder lesson. A society that confuses help with dependency does not liberate the poor, it simply imprisons them. Now, this bill will cost approximately £3 billion a year. £3 billion not paid by abstractions, but paid by people. Paid by the nurse working a night shift. Paid by the self-employed plumber, I will in a moment. The self-employed plumber. By the shop worker who is saving for a deposit. Or the small business owner who is keeping 3 other people in employment. And they are entitled to ask, is this fair? Is it fair that they have to calculate every single pound whilst the state abandons calculation altogether? And I simply don't believe it is. I'll give way.
Honourable gentleman for giving way. My right honourable friend made it very clear at the front bench the number of people who made these choices and decisions and then found themselves later on universal credit through changes in circumstances. This is a safety net, and it is not this party's or this government's position that people with children shouldn't work and shouldn't be supported into work. That is very much part of this equation. Would he just reflect on that and think about what happens when people's circumstances change? It's a safety net, a leg up not a handout.
Neil Shastri-Hurst.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her intervention. A safety net would be there if it provided a short-term boost. What this does is provide an endless chequebook without any checks and balance in place. If there was a sunset clause, that may be different, but there is not. There is not. The two-child limit was more than about blame. It was about balance. It was about balance, and it recognised that a welfare system without boundaries eventually loses all legitimacy together. And when legitimacy is lost, discourse soon follows. And that's the great unspoken risk of this bill. It doesn't merely expand spending, it weakens trust, it widens the gap between those who give and those who receive, and in doing so, it puts the whole settlement at risk. And what is fundamentally missing from this is any serious strategy for mobility. Where's the plan for skills, the plan for progression, the plan for family stability, and for moving people from welfare into work? Instead, it is simply offering a politics of reassurance without reform, of comfort without challenge, spending without strategy, and debt without direction. And on this side of the House, we recognise the importance of lifting people up, of not holding them down, of providing opportunity and not permanent subsidy, that the true measure of social justice is not how many people we support, but crucially, how many people we no longer need to. The question before us, therefore, is whether we will tackle poverty at its roots rather than merely managing it year after year. Whether we will build a system that strengthens families or one that substitutes for them. Whether we choose the easy road or the responsible one. Now, this bill chooses the easy road. It chooses sentiment over structure, it chooses expansion over reform, and it chooses today over tomorrow, and I simply cannot support that choice.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to start by saying that I really believe that the Shadow Chancellor and other members on the other side live on an alternative universe because they are totally detached from the reality of the constituents in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise today in support of our bill to lift the two-child cap, a campaign that has long been close to my heart. Lifting 500,000 children immediately out of poverty has to be a great thing for this country. And as the MP for Liverpool Riverside, child poverty has been on the top of my agenda since coming into Parliament over 6 years ago. No, thank you. It saddens me that 1 in every 2 children in my constituency are living in poverty. And it appalls me that we are the 6th richest economy in the world, and that is a statistic that should shame everybody. And it is a shame that it has taken so long to reverse this draconian cap that was driving hundreds of families into poverty every single month. Children's charities and organisations, the Children's Commissioner and politicians of every background were united in calling for it as their #1 priority for reversing trends in child poverty, which exploded, as we all know, on this side under their Tory austerity measures. The facts were very clear and indisputable. And I want to pay tribute in particular to the End Child Poverty Coalition, coordinated by Rachel Walters in the Child Poverty Action Group and the National Education Union, who I've worked with closely throughout my time in Parliament to champion support for children living in poverty, and in particular to campaign against the two-child cap. Without their incredible work to make it impossible for this government to ignore the necessity of lifting the two-child cap. And I fear it may never happen. But I always want to pay tribute to the schools in my Liverpool Riverside constituency who go over and above every single day to support children and families who are living in poverty. And I want to take the opportunity to highlight research by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, which estimates that 1.5 million children in families with migrant parents live in poverty. This makes up over a third of the total number of children living in poverty. In large part, this is driven by the no recourse to public funds policy. Half of the children living in families that fall under this policy live in poverty. And research by the IPPR also shows that these children face a far higher risk of very deep poverty. And as the government has laid out in today's debate, no child should have to live their life, their life opportunity limited by the conditions they were born into. So, it follows that we must go further to alleviate child poverty and to roll back on the policies such as no recourse to public funds that still play a major role in systematically driving large numbers of families into poverty. And before I came into this place, I worked for the DfE supporting the development of Sure Start programmes across the North West. And I know firsthand the difference that supporting a young family can make to those children's lives chances and the benefits of early intervention and integrated provision. It is a record Labour is rightly proud of, but one that should spur us to recreate and go even further now that we're in government again. Exactly. Lifting the two-child cap in full is a brilliant win for our campaigners and will be life-changing for millions of children who need the extra support to achieve their full potential. It will be a major boost for local economies, putting money immediately and directly in the pockets of families who will go out and spend it productively. And I'm proud to be part of a Labour government that's taken this bold and vital step. But now we need to go further in redistributing the vast wealth this country has to ensure that our communities can flourish and no child is left behind. And 14 years of Tory austerity tax on living standards and systematic dismantling of our public services needs to be met with a bold Labour programme of taxing wealth, renationalising our public services and providing them with proper funding. We still have children who are growing up with diseases that we thought had been consigned to the Victorian area, including rickets and scarlet fever, made possible by a crisis in child poverty and malnutrition. Lifting the two-child cap is a good start, but Labour cannot be complacent about the monumental challenges that we face in government to boost living standards, tackle inequalities and start putting power and wealth back in the hands of working people. Poverty is a political choice. It's about choosing the interests of the many over the influence of the few today. And I'm proud we made the right choice. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And fairness matters not only to those receiving the support, but those making the difficult choices without it. Now, during my short time I'm going to talk about the principles and then the context. And I come to this from my constituency thinking about the publican who wakes up in the morning, who goes out of their house in Barwell. They have 2 children. They're going to their business, and they've seen their national insurance contributions rise. They've seen their valuation change and the tax go up on that. They've seen the rate relief been withdrawn from and the minimum wage go up. These are all costs that they're having to consider. Or what about the independent pharmacist on the high street who gets up and goes to work, who has had to go into Hinckley facing the fact of national insurance contribution costs going up? And I will give way.
Just as he mentions the local pharmacist in my constituency is my twin sister, and she put herself through a degree in pharmacy whilst on universal credit as a single parent of 3 children. That wasn't her choice, but it was a position that was thrust upon her. What would you say to people like her?
I'd credit her, and she's a credit to his family for what she's managed to achieve. And I'll come on to the point of where I'm trying to get to on that, because the key part I'm trying to make the point is here. When they leave their door, is it suddenly fair that the choices they've made to only have 2 children is simply thrown out the window because an extra £3,650 is now being given to the 3rd and 4th child next door simply for not going to work? I would argue that isn't fair, and that's what the heart of this principle is here. Because at the end of the day, the welfare state works when it's best as a bridge to work, not a substitute. And we've often heard about the working poor, and that's I will give way.
I'm listening to you, John. I don't think giving way, but the benches opposite always seem to portray this as an individual moral failing. That's how they see welfare, when actually it's about a collective insurance against economic risk. That's how we see it. And you see it as a moral issue. We see it as an economic issue.
Order. Not me, the honourable gentleman. Dr. Luke.
Far from the truth. I'm simply arguing that we need to be fair to those who need the system to support them and those who contribute to it. And I worry we're actually pulling at the fabric here, because if we think about this, it's interesting the debate in the House is very much slanted towards the Labour side because they have the numbers. Actually, if we look at the public polling on this, we know that consistently 60% of the public support this and only 30% want the cap to be taken away. Why is that? Fundamentally, they understand there has to be a give and take. And the worry here is you're suddenly going to get £3,650 with no contractual change within society to better yourself. The money could be better spent, taking an example from the last government did. For example, in 2021, they changed the UC slider from 63% down to 55%. To encourage work. Now, that cost about £2.5 billion. We're talking about £3 billion here. And we've heard from the other side as well about how it's going to be paid for. This isn't hypothecated. Yeah. This is, to the pharmacist I was talking about, the honourable member's sister paying for this, the publican going out, seeing their taxes rise. And that's the contract that I am worried about and that I will give way.
It's an issue of fairness that people in Beaconsfield, Marlow and the South Bucks villages have seen their taxes go up, and they're seeing those taxes being given to people that are not working, and it is unfair.
Exactly right. And the public will stand for a generous safety net. What they will not stand for is people not trying to take that forward. And I worry when we talk about unemployment's right we have from this government, and we talk about the chances for employment in the working poor, we're seeing more people out of work under this very government by the choices they are making. This is fundamental to the debate we are having here today. And trying to leverage morality into it is missing the reality of the responsibility that every family in this country makes fiscal choices and expects to behave responsibly. So should the government that leads them. And that's at the crux of it, which in my time left, I'll move on to the context. Because if this was a moral crusade, as we've heard the Prime Minister say, he would have done it in his very first budget. He would have made that choice. But we've heard from other members here, when this was put forward by the new government that came in, 40-odd MPs didn't vote for it, and 7 had the whip removed. And if we're talking about poverty, one thing that hasn't been raised in this House so far is about the winter fuel payments. When we know the government's own analysis said it would put 50,000 pensioners into absolute poverty and 100,000 pensioners into relative poverty. So there's dichotomy here, and it is about choices, but the other side seem to say, well, if we're going to solve poverty, we need to focus on one area, when they all voted to take the fuel payments away on the other side. I hear chuntering from the other side to say it was making means tested. That wasn't until later when there was a climb down. And this is the key, because these are difficult choices that have to be made. And I worry on this side of the House that actually the public see straight through what is going on. They need fairness in the system. They don't need a vote coming forward to try and placate the backbenchers of a failing Prime Minister. Because if it truly was the mission of the Prime Minister at the start, he would have done this straight away. I will give way.
The other side for being generous with their intervention time. Let us be really clear. This government came in with a plan to tackle child poverty, but quite rightly set up a task force to deal with this, under 2 excellent Secretaries of State, and since with my honourable friend at the helm as well. And that is why it happened now, later, not immediately. It would have been a bad mistake to have dealt with this in a piecemeal fashion. Instead, we now have a whole strategy of which this is part, and helping parents into work is also part.
It comes to that point. Why, in that case, was the whip removed? Why is there no contingency on any within this bill of some retort of how to make sure that someone is progressing through the system? Because as we've heard time and time again on this side and the other side, it is a safety net there to springboard. I come back to my point. If you wanted to make a difference, you could change the rating on the universal credit to encourage more people into work. That isn't happening. That isn't changing. And so that would help support people who are in work, who are impoverished on that basis. And we, as the last government, brought in the Household Support Fund to make sure there was that immediate support there. Now, I'm pleased to see the government is bringing forward some form of contingency, but we still haven't seen what that looks like. That's going to be a concern to people going forward. But I start where I began. At the end of the day, this system has to be fair to those who are getting the support, but those who are paying for it. At the end of the day, a family lives within its constraints. So should a country. And this bill does nothing but the opposite, and that's my concern.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very, very proud to support this universal credit removal of two-child limit bill. This will tackle child poverty and restore basic fairness to our social security system. And I, like many others on this side, have been campaigning on this since I became an MP. And I thank the Child Poverty Action Group, the Trussell Trust and my food bank volunteers who've been in lobbying me about this for a very long time too. But this win is for those families in my constituency who I see in my surgeries, I see in their homes. And I think of one family who literally move around a light bulb from room to room because they're so scared of using up additional electricity bills because they're so worried about the costs that they have. That's just one example of the impact, the real impact that poverty has on a family. I'm very glad that today we're dismantling this cruel and unfair policy and then we're continuing the job of fixing a broken system set up by the Conservatives, which has led to children not having the basics and not having opportunities which everyone in our country should have. 6 months after this policy was brought in, 9 years ago, UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty, Philip Alston, visited the UK and did a report on the poverty levels that he found here in the UK. He said the system here was a punitive, mean-spirited and often callous benefit system, and that the high levels of child poverty were not inevitable, but a political choice. That was back in 2018. Since the Conservatives forced this two-child benefit cap through, every single day, 909 children have been pushed into poverty, not because of anything they've done or their parents have done, but because an arbitrary poverty policy denied them the support they need. It always was indefensible. Because of the failings of the Conservative government, child poverty in the UK has risen faster than in 37 other high-income countries over the past decade. That's a national disgrace. Removing this limit will lift 450,000 children out of poverty by 2029, and that's what real, measurable change looks like. I was on the Child Poverty Task Force for over a year, where we really drilled down into what can make the most difference, and scrapping this two-child benefit cap was always top of the measures. And I'm proud that that strategy also brings in many other ways in which we can support families. As we know, when we know who's being hit the hardest by this policy, 68% of families affected have a child under 5. The early years shapes everything that follows: health, education, life chances. Inequality in childhood becomes inequality for life, and this bill gives us the chance to break that cycle. The latest universal credit data shows the scale of the damage. In April 2025, 700 households in Putney were denied a child element for at least one child because of this policy. That meant 900 children received no support, and 2,490 children in total were living in households hit by the two-child limit. Across Wandsworth, this picture was even starker. 1,820 households were affected. 2,330 children denied support, and in total 6,540 children living in households impacted by this cruel rule. A rule based on the fiction that families in poverty plan before they have children and plan ahead to be in poverty for the long term, and so decide on the number of children they'll have in their loving family on the basis of that, instead of a policy which is there for whenever a family is in real need. We have got the parents' backs, we've got those children's backs, no matter what number they come in their family. Scrapping the two-child limit will be transformative for these families and for the communities that they're in. It will change whole disadvantaged communities in my constituency, across London, across the United Kingdom, who all currently pay the price for high numbers of children in poverty, whether they're in their own family or not. And it is part of this government's wider mission to build a fairer country, to support and not penalise families, to support parents into secure and better paid work, to deliver more affordable homes, to cut the cost of living and give every child the best possible start in life. I will give way.
Member for giving way and commend her on her speech. Evidence shows that the two-child limit has not changed fertility or employment, but it has coincided, sadly, with a disproportionate rise in abortion among mothers with 2 or more children. Would she agree that removing the two-child limit cap would better support mums and help ensure no woman feels pushed towards an abortion because she can't afford another child?
The honourable member highlights one of the many painful decisions that people have to make on the back of this policy about heating and eating, about what to do in their families, and highlights the whole area of Northern Ireland, which will benefit from this as well. We need to bring the whole of the United Kingdom, every child across the whole of the United Kingdom, up, and lifting this policy will do that. It's fair across every part of the United Kingdom, also for all families who are affected. And I thank the honourable member for raising the different aspects that this bill introduced. So I am proud to support this bill, and I urge members across the House to do the same. Thank you.
Kirsty Blackman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll touch briefly on the Conservatives' position and then talk about the bill itself. I mean, the Conservatives have at least been consistent on this. They've been consistently cruel in their policies, and I would just point out that the level of detachment with the reality that's faced by so many families in my constituency, the reality for such a high percentage of families is they don't choose whether or not to have children. Right? They don't sit down and work out, does the money add up? You know, the reason that you've got the rape clause in place is because those choices are not able to be made by so many people. It's not an intention that people set out with, how many children I want, how many children they're planning to have. It is about what happens in circumstances that are created. And the reality is that this is a very entitled, privileged position that the Conservatives are holding, and it does not reflect the majority of our constituents. I said I wasn't giving way. In terms of where we are today, the Labour Party are being a bit smug about the position that we're in. The SNP have been absolutely consistent on calling for the removal of the two-child cap. Alison Thulis stood in this chamber and highlighted the rape clause at every possible opportunity. I think people got fed up with her talking about the rape clause. She talked about it so much. But she was one of the people that was leading the charge on this. I would like also, on that note, to thank those Labour members who did back removing the two-child cap at the earliest opportunity. I understand how difficult it is to do that, and I appreciate that you were willing to put your principles first in this regard. Looking at where we are today, it is a good day that the two-child cap is being cancelled. I'm sad, though, that the Secretary of State said that he doesn't regret anything that he has said before. He doesn't regret saying it's open to debate whether the two-child cap causes harm, despite the fact that he is now saying absolutely the opposite of that. He says he does not regret that previous comment. I'm glad that the government are finally scrapping this. Children should not be at the sharp end of the decisions that are being taken, just like older people who are having their winter fuel payment scrapped should not be at the sharp end of this. None of them are able to take the decisions in relation to their finances. None of them are able to work a few more hours. If you're 6 years old, you can't do that. They're not able, if you're a pensioner, to work that few more hours because you may be significantly over pension age and unable to work. We do need to recognise what's been said by a significant number of people, that so many of these families are in work. People are working hard, it's just that work doesn't pay. It's just that work doesn't pay enough. And actually, if you look at the stats on how people feel about the social security system, people feel that the social security system should provide enough support for people to be able to live. That is what people feel. And we know that on universal credit, we know that particularly if you're a large family on universal credit, even if you are working, people cannot afford the essentials. And that is what this is about. That is about giving people the best chance in life. The government, however, are not going far enough yet. Their child poverty task force and the strategy that came out of it. The strategy that came out of it was simply a reiteration of many, many things that had been announced already. It was a summary. It was, here we are. Here are all the things that we have announced already as a government. It does not have the ambition that we need to see child poverty tackled. If you look at the stats, the number of children in poverty, the rate of children in poverty by the end of this Parliament will be exactly the same as it is now. It will not reduce child poverty over the piece. We will go back to the same number of children, the same percentage of children in poverty as we have now, because the government is failing to have ambition. If the UK government look at, and I asked them to do this the other day, look at the Scottish child payment, look at the amount of additional money that is being provided, particularly as of next year, to families with children under 1, recognising that first 1,000 days and how difficult and how important those first 1,000 days are. Looking at those uplifts to ensure that people are taken out of poverty. Looking at the baby box, looking at the Best Start grant that is being provided to families. Looking at the child poverty delivery plan that we will be bringing out in March, which, unlike the UK government's paper, which simply lays out a number of great things the government says it is doing, unlike that, we have targets. We are looking at what actual difference each of our policies are making. I would urge the UK government to look at what is being done in Scotland, to look at the fact that child poverty in Scotland is lower than it is in any other part of the UK, to look at that and consider what can be done to ensure that children can have the best possible start in life, whether they live in England, Wales, Northern Ireland or Scotland.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill, and I do so proudly on behalf of the families I represent in West Dunbartonshire. The two-child benefit cap makes poor children poorer. It punishes children for their circumstances, and it has no place in our United Kingdom. Tackling child poverty is a proud Labour tradition, and one that this government has been proactive in pursuing from the very outset. This will deliver the much-needed change that we promised to my constituents. West Dunbartonshire is a constituency with pockets of significant deprivation, but one built on a proud legacy of hard work, fairness and a strong sense of community. For too long, too many families in my constituency have been held back by the two-child benefit cap, a policy that does not reflect my values. It's where I live, and it's where I want our children and young people to succeed. By scrapping the two-child limit, we will directly benefit 2,260 children in West Dunbartonshire. Last year, over 4,500 children were living in poverty in my constituency, and despite the claims of those who oppose this bill, more than 60% of those households with children in poverty are working families. I see parents turning to food banks not because they have failed, but because the system has failed them. In some parts of West Dunbartonshire, over 65% of people are living in relative poverty. In 2024, this meant 8 children in every classroom of 30 in my constituency were growing up in poverty, while more than 12,000 households struggled with fuel poverty. These figures underline why this bill will make such a difference. There are many families in my constituency that struggle every single day to make ends meet, and I see children starting life on the back foot through no fault of their own. My wife works in education, and for many years she worked within a primary school in my constituency where it was common for children to arrive hungry, having had nothing to eat at home. I would like to remind the House that these aren't just statistics. These are children skipping meals and living in cold, damp homes because their families can't afford to buy sufficient food, never mind pay the heating bill. These children are the next generation in West Dunbartonshire, and they should not be denied the same opportunities as others. Every single child matters. At the heart of Labour values is an inherent belief that background should not be a barrier to success, and the removal of the two-child limit is a clear and welcome expression of that commitment. This is the change we promised, and it will make a real, tangible difference to so many families in my constituency. The removal of this limit is only part of this Labour government's plan for change and to tackle poverty in a sustained way. The Chancellor's decision to reduce the level of debt repayments taken from universal credit means that 1.2 million of the poorest households keep more of their reward each month. This is straightforward change, but one that will have a real impact on family finances in West Dunbartonshire. The budget delivered record additional funding for Scotland, which will create opportunities to improve outcomes for families and children in places like West Dunbartonshire. However, it's disappointing that the SNP has too often failed to match increased resources with effective delivery when it comes to tackling child poverty in Scotland. Education is the quickest route out of poverty, but in my constituency and across Scotland, the educational attainment gap continues to widen. Meanwhile, further educational colleges are being starved of funding, further undermining the life chances of young people in West Dunbartonshire. Removing the two-child limit is the right thing to do. It will give children a better start in life, regardless of how many siblings they have. This will increase their life chances. Not only that, but the decision will also ease the strain on our schools, our local charities, the NHS, and therefore benefit all in society. The solution to fixing the welfare system cannot be found in punishing those most vulnerable in society. Social security should provide stability and dignity for everyone, especially children. The bill is essential to helping alleviate some of the burdens and daily struggles families in West Dunbartonshire face, and will lift 450,000 children nationally out of poverty by 2030. I was elected on a manifesto commitment to improve the life chances of every child, and supporting this bill is consistent with that commitment. Labour has always stood for communities like West Dunbartonshire. Children are not a burden and poverty is not inevitable. I am proud to support this bill and what it represents: hope, opportunity and fairness, and I commend this bill to the House.
Tom Tugendhat.
Deputy Speaker, I've heard so many well-motivated and moving stories about human misery, and the truth is, those are the stories of our country. Those are the stories of a country that has tried over more than 100 years to introduce a social welfare service to look after the poorest in our community and to do the best for them. And in various different ways, all of us, and I do mean all of us, seek to do that. We may have different expressions, we may have different understandings of quite how that works, but we do all try to look after those who are most vulnerable in our society. But I think the division here comes in a very fundamental way. And it comes in the questions that one has to ask oneself when one looks at the way in which this economy, this society, this community grows. Now, when I say economy, I don't just mean the bald rows of figures that accountants and bankers add up. I mean the way in which the Greeks meant it, the way a home works together, the way people interact to bring a community, to bring a whole. How does that work? How do you get growth? How do you get investment at the right point, reward at the right point, so that you actually see the progress that a society can bring? Because we've seen societies, time and time again, doing the well-meaning thing and ending up costing everyone. We can read the constitutions and the promises of governments and nations over the last century and see the human misery that it led to, not because they were evil, but because their intentions were not aligned with the reality of a human economy. We've seen it time and time again. And sadly, though we're now having a debate about two-child benefit cap, we're now having a debate about £3 billion, we're really having a debate about what does it mean to grow an economy. Because although the Liberal Democrat spokesperson made a joke out of it, the reality is we are seeing young people paying 70-odd% tax. And because of that, we're seeing young people making the choice to go to Dubai or to Portugal, to the United States or to Australia. We're seeing that money and that connection between young people and old people being broken. We're seeing families being left in need not just of the economic connection, but of the human connection between them. Because actually this debate, this isn't just about cash. I won't give way. This isn't just about cash. This is fundamentally about people. And there is an attempt, again, to pretend that the only interaction between people is that which is metriced that which is divined, that which is organised by the state. And that just simply isn't true. It simply isn't true to say that unless the state provides, it doesn't count. And yet again and again and again we hear the same thing. So today in the United Kingdom, yes, I know we left taxes high. Many people seem to have forgotten that COVID seemed to increase the debt enormously. And when those of us tried to vote against various lockdowns, we were accused of murdering various different groups, depending on whoever it was that the then leader of the opposition seemed to be siding with. And I've said I won't. And so what we are seeing today is a legacy. It's true, a legacy of poor decisions, over COVID that some of us condemned at the time, a legacy of promises made in the last year or two and debts to those who challenged the leadership in the last 6 to 12 months. And we are now seeing a level of burden falling on those who are working, which is growing and growing and growing. And we are seeing people voting with their feet, either by not working or by leaving. And I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we are seeing here is a false choice. We're seeing a government making promises that will never be able to be cashed. We're seeing a government adding not to a debt of 2 trillion, which is the one that they state, but of 12 or 13 trillion, depending on how you count pension liabilities and PFI and many other of the state's debts. The reality is this country is broke to a degree that nobody in this House seems to be appreciating, certainly nobody on the benches opposite, and we simply do not have the understanding here amongst the noble and well-meaning socialists that the reality is they are racking up debts for their children that will mean that this state will be impoverished, we will be left weaker, and actually the whole country will be poorer.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Child poverty is a scourge on any society. It is a tragedy for individual children and families, and the untapped potential, worse health and lower attainment that results from it hold the whole of society back. In the 5th richest economy in the world, it is also inexcusable. Under 14 years of Conservative-led governments, the number of children living in poverty grew and poverty deepened, compounded by a housing crisis unprecedented since the Second World War, the growth of insecure low-paid work and the imposition of the 2-child cap. Action for Children estimates that 4.5 million children are living in poverty in the UK. That's 3 in 10 children, on average 9 in every classroom. 7 out of 10 children who are living in poverty have at least one parent in work. Behind those statistics are children without a bed to sleep in, children without enough nutritious food to eat, children without warm clothes in winter, living in cold, damp, mouldy homes, children who lack the basics to nurture their growth and development, who are disadvantaged even before they set foot in a classroom. This situation is not an inevitability. It has come about through the deliberate political choice to prioritise a rhetoric about the benefit system and stereotypes about the families that rely on it, rather than looking at the evidence and the reality of people's lives. The Child Poverty Action Group's analysis of DWP data finds that 1.6 million children have been directly impacted by the decision to impose a cap on the social security measure that specifically supports families to care for children to the first 2 children in a family. 59% of these children have parents in work. The 2-child cap has directly pulled 350,000 children into poverty. It is a measure that effectively punishes children for the number of siblings they have. One of the reasons I joined the Labour Party many years ago is because we believe that every child deserves to have the opportunity to succeed. We do not judge children on the circumstances of their birth or the decisions of their parents. I am therefore delighted that the Government is taking action to remove the pernicious 2-child cap and directly to lift 400,000 children out of poverty. Give way.
And I absolutely welcome this bill. It is an enormous step forward and will bring great relief to a lot of people, a lot of families. But would she also recognise that the continuation of the overall benefit cap will mean that about 150,000 children will not benefit from this bill and will remain in the relative poverty that they do at the present time? And would she look forward to further legislation to remove the overall benefit cap in order to try and eliminate all poverty amongst children?
One member for his intervention. I'm going to go on to talk a little bit about some of the further measures that I believe the government needs to take on this journey of tackling child poverty. Evidence from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation is clear that in the medium term, investment to bring down child poverty reduces the demand on public services caused by poor physical and mental health and poor education outcomes that are caused by poverty. Removing the cap is projected to increase the health and education standards of 2 million children who would otherwise have been affected by the cap. This Labour government, by removing the two-child cap, is projected to deliver the biggest ever reduction in child poverty in a single parliament. I am also proud of the other measures our government has already announced to help families, which will also help to reduce child poverty. The expansion of free school meals to all children whose families are on universal credit, the delivery of universal free breakfast clubs, and the reduction in school uniform costs. The government's commitment to children can be in no doubt. The Education Select Committee is working jointly with the Work and Pensions Select Committee to undertake formal scrutiny of the government's child poverty strategy. We want the strategy to be as effective as possible, and we will be listening over the coming weeks to evidence from experts on the impacts that the measures announced will have and whether there is more that should be done. I want the government to be truly ambitious in tackling child poverty, not simply lifting the poorest children just above a threshold, important as that is, but ensuring that right across our country, children can truly thrive. That will require action on some of the other causes of poverty: housing costs and the shocking number of children living in temporary accommodation, food and energy costs, access to support for families in communities, and an education and skills system that really works for everyone. These are the questions that our committees will turn to in the coming weeks. But this step today is fundamental. It sets a context for an ambitious strategy. It will be transformative for families, and I'm proud to vote for it today.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like so many across the House, I welcome the government's decision to finally scrap the two-child limit on benefits. I just wish they'd done so much earlier. The two-child limit is a cruel and unfair penalty on those in the most urgent need of welfare and support. This cap is not a measure against the exploitation of the benefits system to avoid work and continue having children. Instead, it's been an enormous burden on thousands of household budgets and has pushed more children into poverty. Even if, like those on that side of the House, you believe that that people have children irresponsibly, I still can't see how those children should be punished. Every child deserves a good start in life.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. There are many reasons why people end up on universal credit, and there are many reasons why people end up in a family situation with more than 2 children. And it's because of those blended families that Cotswold District Council chose not to apply the 2-child limit in its welfare support scheme. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that councils like Cotswold District Council that have gone out of pocket in these cash-strapped times to support families with blended children, blended families with more than 2 children shouldn't end up out of pocket and should be compensated by the government for the support that they gave in previous circumstances?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I commend South Cotswold Council for what it did. Unfortunately, when I tried to get East Cambridgeshire District Council to condemn the cap on the 2-child cap, the Conservatives refused to agree to that. So this policy was poorly conceived from the outset and has amounted to little more than a tax, not on the parents, but on vulnerable children going up in a cost of living crisis. Now, in my constituency of Ely and East Cambridgeshire, we're thankfully below the national average for child poverty. But it's worth noting that in my relatively wealthy constituency, with relatively high-paid work, child poverty has continued to rise despite the fact that 70% of affected households have at least one parent in work. Clearly, this is not a case of families scrounging off the system, but of family budgets stressed to breaking point. Nationally, the picture looks similarly grim. Child poverty has increased over the last 15 years, pushing 850,000 more children into poverty. And in rural areas like my constituency, poverty can be all the more challenging. Parents have to travel miles to reach a supermarket or food bank for affordable food. Transport costs for school and work are far higher, fuel costs are higher, and children often find themselves socially isolated. We should never have got to this point. The Conservative government should have recognised that the two-child limit was both a failed experiment and salt in the wound for families dealing with spiralling costs in food, energy and basic necessities. Today, I welcome the government's decision to make this correction, but it must be seen as the first step in improving the quality of life for children and building a better future. Child Poverty Action Group estimate that child poverty may cost in excess of £39 billion per year, accounting for additional public spending in areas like health and education, as well as future tax receipt losses from resulting unemployment. Behind this economic loss are children who will miss out on sports clubs and healthy food, facing a higher risk of disabilities and long-term health conditions, as we heard earlier, even facing an increased chance of early death. They're not afforded the opportunities to develop and pursue their own interests. Many may miss out on higher education, apprenticeships, and even early employment. This bill is about the future of all children living in this country. We must ensure that they're equipped with the resources to thrive and the ability to contribute to a society that supports them from the very start. In that spirit, will the Minister agree to make annual reviews of the entire universal credit system to ensure that it keeps up with the pace of cost of living and becomes an effective tool to tackle child poverty?
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first thing I want to do is kind of bring this back, because it's being pitched as if it's those that are not in work getting something that's being paid for by those that are in work, and that ain't the case. And it's wrong to suggest it. I'll tell you what's doing it is the scar that was left on our economy about in-work poverty. Reducing child poverty is the reason that I came into politics. Children don't choose their circumstances. They're not to blame for low wages. They're not to blame for insecure work. They're not to blame for their parents' pay packets. Yet they're the ones who feel the consequences the most. A child's chances should not depend on their parents' wages. A child's future should not depend on whether mum or dad has a bad boss or a bad year. That's why I was proud when this government announced this policy, and that 450,000 children will be lifted out of poverty by the end of this Parliament. And that includes over 3,000 children in Torbay and East Northamptonshire. That's not just a statistic. That's 3,000 children. That's 3,000 lives. That's 3,000 futures and 3,000 chances. And do not let anyone tell you that this isn't about values, because it is. I remember when we announced this and the Tories on them benches were growling at us because we were suggesting that we'd put a tax on mansions, telling us we couldn't put a tax on mansions, and now sitting in here today telling us we shouldn't be lifting 450,000 children out of poverty. This is all about values and all about where I stand. This issue tells us everything you need to know about the priorities of the parties that are opposite. They'll fight for their cheaper mansions, but not for children who go to bed hungry. And then there's reform. They try to present themselves as the voice of working people. But when it comes to it, they vote against working families. They vote against employment rights, and they're voting against this bill. In their amendment to this bill, they said they disagree with removing the two-child limit because it fails to incentivise work for low-paid families. But that's not people cheating the system. That's not people taking advantage. That's working people kept in low pay by a system that the Conservatives built and a system that Reform now defend. Work should be the route out of poverty, not a lifetime trapped in it for children or their families. That's why this government has chose to back working families. That's why this government's chose to back children. That's why this government is choosing fairness, and that's why this Parliament should back this bill.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. As my honourable friend from Shirley said, no one in this House will doubt the importance of supporting children. And I realise that Labour backbenchers are feeling good about the fact that they've organised themselves to deliver what they see as a simple moral good. But as they know and we know, things are much more complicated than that. And I know they think they've delivered a simple moral good because not a single one of them has mentioned the rate. None of them has questioned why the additional rate is set at £17.25, rising to £70.90. They haven't asked whether that is enough to address poverty. They haven't sought to get under the skin of whether this is a more complicated and nuanced argument than it might at first appear. Just the simple act is enough without contemplating what may be the unintended consequences. And I'm afraid, colleagues, I am concerned about this measure being one of those careful what you wish for things that the government is stumbling into. First of all, a number of members on this side certainly have mentioned, I will in a moment, have mentioned the demographic time bomb, and indeed the Secretary of State mentioned the demographic time bomb that we face. There has been no discussion of this measure within the overall fiscal problem which our children will be facing. At the moment, we have about 3.6 workers per pensioner in this country. By 2050, that will have fallen to 2. How are we going to pay for all this in the future? How are we going to fund it all without enormous debt? We only have to look across the Channel at France to see what an eruption, a fiscal eruption, can look like in terms of civic disruption and unrest on the streets when the necessary correction is made to a welfare state which is running out of control. And I'm afraid, colleagues, that is exactly the situation we find ourselves in. No one is pretending that decisions about welfare are easy. They are not. Having worked briefly as a minister in the DWP, these are difficult decisions, yet no one questions the micro decisions that are made. It's simply enough to say to people, we're pumping money out there, let's hope for the best. Why is the standard rate of the mobility section of PIP set at £30.30? I don't know. Does anybody else? Is there an argument for it? These are the decisions that ministers have to make on a daily basis, not just about whether we pay welfare, how much we pay. And my argument, one of my concerns about this measure is none of that is part of a wider conversation about this massive demographic steam train that's coming down the tunnel towards us. The second issue that I have is that this necessarily, because it includes them in the welfare, bill, treats children as a burden, somehow to be mitigated, rather than treating them as a bonus to be encouraged. And as my honourable friend, the member for Hinckley and Bosworth, said, on this side of the House, we would much rather there were work incentives that came alongside children. When I was briefly Secretary of State for Education, I was inundated with correspondence and approaches from lots of highly productive and ambitious women who wanted assistance within work. They wanted some kind of bonus, relief, some kind of package to encourage them to have children, rather than see children as part of some kind of safety net where women have to be rescued if they have children. And so I think this is for a country that needs more children, we have to have a tilt in our mentality towards our approach and hope that we can move from mitigation towards encouragement. And my concern about, as I say, embedding the notion that people should have more children within the welfare system is about mitigation, as I say, more than encouragement. But the final issue that I wanted to raise is one that a number of members have raised, which is about legitimacy of the system. We often pretend that we do things for the first time in this country, whereas in fact we can look overseas for lessons. And we don't have to look very far. If you look to France, where successive governments increased family-related welfare with weak links towards work or contribution, actually what it created in society was a wider resentment. And any successful welfare system has to have an eye to legitimacy and consent from the wider population for it to exist. And if you talk to French political scientists, go on, I will.
For giving way, but we don't have to look to France. This is fundamentally an issue that many families face around balancing their budgets. Many of them having to get second jobs. And I know that perhaps we can learn from the Honourable Gentleman's experience, because he's been forced out to get a second job to make ends meet. So can you take, perhaps there's some droplets of experience you can give to these people who are struggling to make ends meet?
I'm glad the Honourable Gentleman is paying attention to my register. But as he will know, I haven't been forced out to get a job. I founded my business 30 years ago. I'm one of the few people in this House who's created jobs by the sweat of my own hands rather than just talked about it. And frankly, I pay the Sainsbury's bill and the mortgages and all the rest of it of all my employees every single month, and I'm proud to do so. Maybe you could learn some lessons by spending some time with some business people about what it is to make true fiscal and economic decisions. But I want to move on to my third point, and that is about legitimacy. And one of the things they found in France was this rise in resentment, which actually resulted in President Macron taking specific steps to means test the access to family welfare. French political scientists will point to the rise of the National Rally in France, directly stemming from a mishandling of the welfare system and a growth in resentment in those who did not participate in it. And I'm afraid, colleagues, in the Order paper today, we've seen that writ large in an amendment that was not called, Madam Deputy Speaker, but from the Reform Party, an amendment calling for open discrimination in our welfare system against those who do not have entirely, or parents who were born entirely in this country. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, I declare an interest. That includes my children. Right? 2 of my children not born to a British citizen. It also includes the children of members of Parliament who sit for the Reform Party. And there's something grotesque about seeking legislation which seeks to downgrade the citizenship of your own children.
Jack Abbott.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's true to say the party opposite has been right about one thing today. This is about choices, and I'm incredibly proud to be making the one we're making today. The Conservative Party did do untold damage to our country, whether it's hollowing out of the criminal justice system, crumbling school buildings and hospitals, record NHS waiting lists, and, of course, Liz Truss as well. But the most egregious part of their record was the harm they inflicted on our nation's children. An entire generation plunged into poverty. And poverty is not inevitable. The last Labour government lifted 600,000 children out of poverty. But the Conservative scorched earth programme of austerity reversed that trend. Over their 14 years in power, child poverty rose by 900,000, and now 4.5 million children live in poverty. And in my own constituency of Ipswich, thousands are growing up in poverty. That's around 1 in 3. And these aren't simply abstract statistics. These are children and families I meet with every week. Now, the Shadow Secretary said that families have difficult conversations around the kitchen table, and she's absolutely right. Parents are worried about whether they're going to be turning the heating on or skipping a meal. Kids already feel the weight of their world on their shoulders before their 10th birthday. And as already been mentioned just a moment ago, parents working 2 jobs are still unable to make ends meet.
Yeah.
It's cold bedrooms, it's missed meals, it's 2 small patched-together school uniforms, and these are scars that last a lifetime. Now, much of that hardship and suffering can be directly attributed to the Tugendhat benefit limit. It is a failed, cruel policy experiment, and leaving aside the fact-free nonsense we've heard previously from the party opposite, it makes no difference to family sizes, it does not drive up employment. Indeed, as already been mentioned today, almost 60% of families affected are already in work. It does not achieve the so-called goals the way the Tory ideologue would lay out and still pretend that exists. Instead, it punishes children. All it does to make children poorer is the single biggest driver of child poverty today. And perhaps that is why there are so few from the party opposite prepared to sit and defend this morally, socially and economically bankrupt point? I will.
Way. There aren't many on this bench, as he admittedly won the election last time, but we do know that the public support keeping this cap in place, that we know 60% on average on any poll for the last few years suggests this cap should remain in place. Why does he think the British public back the cap staying here?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. Actually, I was referring to today here defending this policy. And I don't think there will be a single person out there in the country who defends keeping hundreds of thousands of children more in poverty. That is what we're getting rid of today. That is what his party is defending. And indeed, it is difficult to think of another policy in modern Britain that is so stark in its design and so devastating in its impact. That policy for nearly a decade has quietly and cruelly shaped and limited the life chances of children across this country. Poverty impacts children before they're even born, and its effects continue to be felt in a myriad of ways at every stage of life after that. Children growing up in poverty are more likely to experience mental and physical health issues and do worse at school. They're more likely to be unemployed, earn less or be in low-skilled work than their peers, and they're more likely to experience homelessness and poor health. The Shadow Secretary of State said this is a trap for worklessness. No, this policy is a trap for worklessness. This is exactly what this policy has achieved over the previous few years. So the consequences of poverty are severe and long-lasting, with children born into poverty ultimately having lower life expectancies. Life is shorter because of poverty, and poverty exists in its extreme because of this policy. So for children growing up in a low-income household in Suffolk, my county, education disadvantage starts before they even begin school and compounds at every stage of their education. The latest figures from the Educational Policy Institute's 2025 Disadvantage Report shows that before kids even enter primary school, they're almost half a year behind their peers. By the time they finish Key Stage 3, as they're choosing their options, they're a staggering 21.7 months behind. Nearly 2 full school years before they even begin studying for their GCSEs. And the translation of this deprivation gap over at every stage of a child's education onto their examination results is tangible and stark. Disadvantaged students in Suffolk are 4.4 grades behind at the age of 16. I remember being a counsellor during the pandemic, and I saw the enormous impact this had on so many families. Many of you will remember, never mind huddling around a kitchen dining room table trying to do their work. Many families didn't have that kitchen dining room table. Indeed, many disadvantaged students in places like Ipswich were left without electronic devices, laptops, for many, many months. And I hope this would be a watershed moment in the way we view education and poverty and its links. But instead, what I saw in opposition as a councillor in Suffolk was more cuts to children's centres, more than halving of health visitors, and we wonder why we have such problems now when it comes to young children entering education for the first time. It is absolute disgrace that even now, even after all the impact that we have seen, even after all the evidence we have seen, the party opposite cannot bring themselves to want to support measures that reduce child poverty. So that is why I'm proud to support this bill, because scrapping the 2-child limit is an action that will have one of the greatest impacts on driving down child poverty. This one action will mean 450,000 children will be lifted out of poverty across our country, including more than 3,000 in my town of Ipswich. Through this action, and alongside an enormous package of actions our government is taking, we will take over 500,000 children out of poverty, the largest reduction in a single parliament since recalls began. This policy is quite simply wrong. The number of brothers and sisters a child has should never determine whether they go hungry, and it should never determine how well they do in school, and no child should be punished simply for existing. So tackling child poverty is in our Labour Party's DNA, and today I could not be prouder to be a Labour MP. Because today this Labour government is following the footsteps of every Labour government that came before it, lifting children out of poverty and transforming children's lives.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Although the reasoned amendment put forward in the name of my Reform UK colleagues and myself has not been selected, I would still like to speak to the contents of this important amendment. Scrapping the two-child benefit limit does nothing to help hard-working parents who set their alarm clocks every morning, and does everything to encourage families already on benefits to have more children in the full knowledge that the state will pay for them. Removing the two-child benefit cap without imposing any other restrictions, such as limiting it to working families with British-born parents, fails to incentivise work. 1 minute. It increases, let me make some progress. It increases the support to non-working families beyond that given to working parents earning above the benefit level. So those who work are being punished, while those who play the system are rewarded. The cost to the taxpayer of scrapping this cap is estimated at £15 billion over the next 5 years, with families affected by the cap estimated to gain an average of £25,000 per family over that period. And the more children they have, the more they get. This is not sustainable. It is not fair. This is another step towards crippling our economy instead of introducing policies to grow it. We cannot advocate for a society where work doesn't pay. Furthermore, due to higher birth rates among foreign nationals just a minute, I don't know who's first. Furthermore, due to higher birth rates amongst foreign nationals, a significant amount of this additional expenditure is expected to go to households where at least one parent is born outside the UK. To be clear and to conclude, reform will only lift the cap for British families where both parents are in full-time work.
Madam Deputy Speaker, listening to the front bench opposite is quite something. You'd think that the recipients of this benefit were spending the money on soft furnishings for their second homes. They aren't. They're spending it on food, rent and clothing for their children. The rise in child poverty under the previous Tory government has been a shameful stain on this country, and I'm proud to be part of a government that is taking action, not only to provide food and basic necessities, but to give children the opportunity to escape cycles of poverty and build secure, independent futures. In the months since this policy was announced, we have heard some truly shameful language from the benches opposite, including describing this budget as a budget for Benefit Street. In doing so, completely denigrating the 450,000 children who never chose to be born into poverty and who, for the most part, have simply had the misfortune of growing up during years of successive Conservative governments. It is telling that using taxpayers' money to lift children out of poverty is framed by the Conservatives as an irresponsible use of public funds, while the £10 billion lost to COVID fraud is something we are apparently expected to forget and move on from without consequence. I would genuinely welcome the Shadow Secretary opposite and the Leader of the Opposition to my constituency for them to explain directly to the nearly 1,600 children who will be lifted out of poverty by the removal of the two-child cap why she so routinely denigrates people like them and their parents. Parents who themselves are paying the price for a government she was part of, a government that sent mortgages soaring and allowed inflation to reach 11%. Sadly, I won't hold my breath. When she's not using the Isle of Wight as the punchline of one of her poor, laughless jokes, she treats it as a photo opportunity without the basic respect of engaging with local people, local media or indeed the local MP. But perhaps we should not be surprised the party opposite has consistently failed to understand the real, tangible difference policies like this make to people's lives. Instead of reckoning with the impact of their own poverty-accelerating decisions, they choose to vilify those who stand to benefit. And as I understand it, reform will now reverse the two-child cap to find money to pay for a cheaper pint at your local pub. Absolutely. Presumably their next policy will be to increase the drunk driving limit to whatever you think you can get away for it with, and lower the age of buying cigarettes to 12 because Daddy's too busy down the pub saving money to buy his own cigs. As a small business owner, I know too well the damaging legacy of austerity, and the removal of the two-child cap represents the clearing away of one of the most shameful legacies of the austerity years. I know firsthand the impact government decisions have on local economies. Austerity was not just a line in a budget, it was a decade of underinvestment that hit businesses like mine hard. It hollowed out our high streets, weakened consumer confidence, and squeezed the incomes of working families. But this policy is about more than tackling poverty and the intergenerational damage it causes. It is about giving hard-working families the chance to feel part of their high street again, supporting those who have lost a wage earner or whose wages have simply failed to keep pace with the cost of living. It is called social security for a reason, and is the solemn responsibility of any government to provide a safety net to those who, through no fault of their own, have fallen in hard times. This policy is not just about the removal of the benefits cap, it is an investment in our greatest asset, the British people, and in our future. It is about ensuring the next generation does not go to school hungry or without the basic necessities, and about putting our country on a stronger footing by giving every child a fair start in life.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the benefits system is a safety net designed to support people in hardship. But a fair system must balance the needs of those who pay for it. Benefits are paid by taxpayers of today, or, if the money is borrowed, as so often the case by this government, by the taxpayers of tomorrow. Every time the cost of benefits rises, so does the burden on the taxpayer. And that cost is growing unsustainably. Spending on health and disability benefits alone are set to hit £100 billion a year by the end of this decade. It is a mark of Labour's irresponsibility that they present a bill today to increase welfare spending further. I believe in personal responsibility. Not only should our country live within its means, but every individual and family should do so too. Many thousands of couples every year think about whether to have children. They make that choice on a number of factors, but one of the most important is whether they can afford to bring up that child as they would like to do so. Those in receipt of benefits should face the same choices as those in work. That is why the Conservatives introduced the two-child benefit cap, and why I believe it should be retained. Under the previous system, pre-2017, there was a fundamental element of unfairness. A family in receipt of benefits saw those increase automatically every time they had another child. That was not true of a family not in receipt of those benefits. Why should a taxpayer who has decided not to afford more children subsidise the third, fourth or fifth child of someone not in work? I understand why Labour members are in favour of more welfare spending. They stopped representing working people a long time ago and now want to create a society where more than half the population is dependent on the state to ensure their re-election. But why has the leader of Reform UK, the Honourable Member for Clacton, supported scrapping the two-child cap until so very recently? Voters in my constituency, some even sympathetic to his cause, have been horrified. I think the answer is that he's chasing votes in the north of England, hoping to win support from former Labour members. That instinct for higher spending shows that Reform UK is wholly unserious about governing our country. Britain needs a government determined to deliver the changes we need, controlling public expenditure, reducing borrowing, leading to lower taxes and a stronger economy. And I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Deeply offended by his comment about people in the north of England, as though north of England voters are people that just simply vote for their own welfare. That's simply not true. The people I represent are very proud to be hard-working people in good working-class jobs, and many of those people have children and are impacted by the two-child cap. So would you like to apologise to them?
Sir Ashley Fox.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. If he'd listened to what I said, I was describing the tactics of the Honourable Member for Clacton, and that, I believe, is what motivates his policy on this matter. But this government seems to be completely powerless to do anything to reverse the spiralling costs of the welfare state. The Prime Minister did, of course, try to make a package of modest reforms last year. He set out to save £4.5 billion, but was forced into a humiliating U-turn and ended up spending more taxpayers' money to buy off rebels on the benches opposite. He now says his welfare reforms strike the right balance. Does anyone believe him? Not a thought for the taxpayer, not a thought of the extra debt they're incurring and the interest that will have to be paid on it. Let me remind Labour members that prior to the election, they said repeatedly that they would not increase taxes on working people. They accompanied this by a manifesto pledge that they would increase spending by £9.5 billion. In the 18 months since they were elected, they have actually increased spending by £100 billion, 10 times more than they promised. They've increased taxes by £66 billion and borrowing by an extra £40 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what Labour does best, spending other people's money. It's in their DNA. They don't care about spending and borrowing. They don't care about getting better value for the taxpayer. Their only thought is to spend and borrow more, as if that is a sign of caring. I am proud to have a leader with the backbone to tell the truth to the British people. We need to reduce the size of the state so it does less and does it better. We will reward people who do the right thing, who work hard, who save, who invest, who create jobs, and who will build a more prosperous country for all of us.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of lifting the two-child cap, not just as a Member of Parliament, but as someone who knows personally what it means to live on the edge of financial insecurity that was not my child's fault. A few years ago, at the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, way before I stood in this House, for a period of time I was a single parent and out of work. Not for long in the grand scheme of things, but long enough to struggle again. And I don't want to make this about me, but I want to give this example because hopefully it shows a modicum of insight and empathy which appears to be missing on this from this side of the House and a little bit over there. Like millions of people across this country, I was doing everything I could to keep going, to keep my home afloat and to shield my child from the worst of the stress and anxiety that comes with not having enough. Many people experience this even in work, people with responsibility for more children than I have. At that time, I had to register my car as Sawn because I simply couldn't afford to run and tax it. And so every day I would do a twice-a-day walk to school that took me about 3 hours. Now, I want to be clear what that meant in practice. It meant starting the day already exhausted, and especially for my daughter, knowing I still had to parent, to job hunt, to cope, and at the end of the day, it meant digging deep for energy I often, quite frankly, just didn't have. But some days, if I could scrape together enough loose change, coins I gathered from hither and thither, I could afford a bus. And that small thing, that single bus journey, made an enormous difference to me and to my child. I had a little bit more patience, a little bit more capacity to be the parent that my child needed me to be. And that's the reality we're talking about today for so many. The two-child cap is often discussed in abstract terms, numbers, incentives, thresholds. But behind every statistic is a family making impossible choices. Parents skipping meals so that their children can eat. Children growing up with limits imposed on them before they've even had a chance to begin. This is not about supporting families who are simply irresponsible or reckless or thoughtless or not planning ahead for children they can and can't afford. And it predominantly impacts working families who fall on hard times sometimes, families who lose a job, families whose circumstances change through illness, bereavement or redundancy, families who did not plan to need support but need it nonetheless. Children do not choose the circumstances they are born into, and yet, under the two-child cap, we are telling some children that they're worth less than others. That support will stop an arbitrary line drawn between that support will stop an arbitrary line drawn not by need but by ideology. Lifting the two-child cap is not about rewarding anyone, it's about recognising reality. It's about acknowledging the cost of living has risen, that wages have not kept pace and that social security should provide security, especially for children. When we invest in families, we invest in better outcomes, better health, better crime, better education and stronger communities. We reduce pressure on public services further down the line and we give parents the breathing space they need. When I think back to the long walks, the exhaustion, the worry, the quiet determination to keep going, I know how much difference a little extra support will make for so many families and children who will be lifted out of poverty because of this. It's not luxury, it's not comfort, it's just dignity and a fair chance. It's the difference between a parent breaking or not, going without a meal to feed their child or not, a child not starting the day exhausted, a warm bedroom at bedtime or not. Don't have children if you can't afford them just doesn't wash. It's not a parent's fault they have record high energy bills thanks to the war in Ukraine. It doesn't help a parent out of work due to ill health thanks to a broken NHS system that has not been there to help fix them after 14 years of a Conservative government. And it's no parent's fault when they have a child with SEND for who they've had to give up work perhaps to support, or the fault of over 60% of working families who are struggling. So this is why I urge this House to do the right thing, just as Citizens Advice have, Child Poverty Action Group have, Oldham Children's Hospital have, Mental Health Foundation have, Royal College of Nursing have, UK Women's Budget Group have, UNICEF UK have, to name but a few. I've noticed there's been absolutely no evidencing organisations that back their claims that this is the wrong thing to do. And I want to ensure that in this country, no child is held back simply because of the circumstances they were born into, or circumstances that have changed, that have made things harder for their parents and for them. That's why I'm grateful that we are not just doing this in isolation, but we'll have Best Start hubs. This Labour government is delivering breakfast clubs to help parents get back into work and to get to work earlier. We're delivering up to £7,000 worth of childcare for working parents, and we're helping young people out of work education or training into the workplace to better their life opportunities. And that is what lifting the two-child cap is about.
Manuela Pertigella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The two-child limit has punished children for circumstances entirely beyond their control. For nearly a decade, families have been denied support simply because a child happened to be born third or fourth. That was a cruel choice made by policymakers, not in children's best interest, and it really shows that government can get it wrong. This was a particularly callous policy because it was designed to punish children and because of the harm done to generations of young people, the future of our country. Today, 4.5 million children in the UK are growing up in poverty, including in my constituency of Stratford-on-Avon. This policy has been a major driver of deep poverty, pushing working families further into hardship at a time when food, energy and housing costs remain painfully high. In Stratford-on-Avon, I hear from parents who are working hard, often juggling insecure hours or carrying responsibilities, yet still struggling to afford basics like heating, healthy food, transport, and even furniture. Many live in privately rented homes where costs keep rising, while support has been capped and frozen. And these families are doing everything asked of them, yet the system has been stuck against them. And I would gently remind the Shadow Secretary that looking after 5 children as a single parent is a job, is work. Raising a family is one of the most important jobs and contributions a person can make to society. Yeah. Research by the Social Market Foundation has made a wider point that when countries make it harder to have and raise children, birth rates tend to fall and population age faster. And that has real consequences for the long-term health of our economy and the public finances, because a smaller working age population has to support a larger retired population, while demand, productivity and innovation can all suffer. And the same analysis also underlines something we should be honest about in this debate. In the UK, being a parent is too often tied to financial pressure, where families feel supported through affordable and high-quality childcare and a safety net that does not penalise children. Outcomes are better for parents and for children alike, and the whole society benefits. If we're serious about giving every child the best start in life, we should stop designing policy that makes it harder for families to get by. Removing the two-child limit is the single most effective step this House can take to lift children out of poverty during this Parliament. It is backed by children's charities, economists, educators, and those working on the front line. It will improve health, educational outcomes, and life chances, while easing pressure on public services in the long term. A fair society does not balance its books by denying children support. It invests in them, protects them, and gives every child the opportunity to thrive. And that is why I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues support the removal of the shameful two-child limit, and why I am proud to back its second reading today.
James Frith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course I support this bill. It's what we're here for, at the stroke of a pen. Not any pen, but that of a government pen. The years of opposition hoping to be able to come in and enact the sort of change that we are able to make here today. And it is why I am proud to stand in support of this bill and support of my honourable friend, the Minister in his place, and the work he continues to do in assessing the welfare reforms to come. In my constituency, child poverty is a daily reality for too many families. More than 7,000 children in Bury North are growing up in poverty. Over a third of the families I represent and well above the national average, the majority of them in work. Behind each number, a child arriving at school hungry, a parent worrying about rent or heating, families doing everything right but still falling short on the bills they have to pay. What makes this harder is that Bury North is often seen on paper as doing reasonably well. Strong communities, pride in place. But proximity to prosperity does not cushion poverty. It simply hides it. Too often, policy has failed to understand that. It is why the government is right to reassess how funding is allocated, recognising that affluence and deprivation sit side by side, ward by ward, and crucially, why this change is being made now when it is costed, affordable, yet overdue. In Chesham Fold and parts of East Ward, parents work every hour they can, budgeting meticulously, yet still struggling to cover the basics. Madam Deputy Speaker, the least well-off are often the best at budgeting because they have no choice but to stretch limited means as far as possible. And nowhere is inequality clearer than in health. A child born in one part of my constituency can expect to live 7 to 10 years less than a child born barely a mile away. That gap is not about lifestyle choices. It is about poverty shaping lives before they have even properly begun. That is why lifting the child limit matters so much and why I support it as an economic and moral intervention. Scrapping it will lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty and reduce the poverty, the depth of that poverty for many more. It increases spending power in exactly the communities that need it most. That money is spent locally, in full, on food shops, markets, uniforms, rent, heating, transport. It circulates through local economies, gives them buoyancy, stabilises households and reduces pressure on public services downstream. Child poverty already costs our economy close to $40 billion a year in lost potential and higher demand. Ending it for families in Bury North is not ideological, it is hard-headed prevention. I also challenge those who continue to trade in the myths that cling to this debate. Most affected families are already in work. Many include a disabled child. Family circumstances change overnight for many of us through bereavement, redundancy or relationship breakdown. A social security system that fails to recognise that is not tough, it is brittle and will break too easily as it did for 14 years. This matters even more profoundly for children with special educational needs and disabilities. As the recent Sutton Trust report states, growing up with SEND and in poverty creates a double disadvantage. So I support this government's instincts on welfare reform. Rights and responsibilities matter. Contribution matters. But responsibility only works if the floor people are expected to stand on is high enough in the first place. This bill, alongside wider measures to support families and tackle low incomes, sends a clear message. We are serious about prevention, serious about fairness, and serious about breaking the link between the circumstances of birth and chances in life.
Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, Labour MPs are lining up to congratulate themselves for ending the two-child limit. I welcome that decision. I fought for it and I voted for it, and I was suspended and punished by my former party for doing so. While that punishment was being handed out from the Labour Whip's office on behalf of the Prime Minister, children in Coventry South and children across the country pay the price. Facts matter. The two-child limit pushes an estimated 109 children into poverty every single day. From the moment that I was suspended for voting to scrap it to today, when the second reading of this bill is being debated, 19 months have passed. 19 months of delay and excuses. That means over 63,000 children were pushed into poverty while this Labour government delayed, argued and disciplined its own MPs for doing the right thing. Those children will not get that time back. They will carry the consequences for the rest of their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are now 4.5 million children living in poverty in Britain. That is not a statistic. It is a national disgrace in the 6th largest economy in the world. And without further action, that number will rise to 4.7 million during this Parliament. So scrapping the two-child limit matters because it is the single biggest driver of rising child poverty. It will lift... Yes.
I thank the member for giving way on this point. Would she recognise that an additional cause of child poverty is a tax threshold that hasn't raised at all, and the insufficiency of the minimum wage, which drives many working families into desperate poverty, and therefore their children suffer as a result of that?
Absolutely, I completely agree with the right honourable gentleman. If I can continue without the heckling from the other side, who have now decided that child poverty is a priority that they want to pursue. So, scrapping the two-child limit matters because it is the single biggest driver of rising child poverty. It will lift hundreds of thousands of children closer to dignity and security. But this Labour government has decided to stop halfway because while the two-child limit goes, the benefit cap remains. That means tens of thousands of families will feel no benefit at all from this change. According to the government's own analysis, 50,000 families will gain nothing. Another 10,000 will only gain part of what they are owed, and some parents will be left with just £3 a week after rent. £3 to feed, clothe and raise a child. So let us be clear. You cannot claim to have ended a policy that punishes children while keeping another that traps them in deep poverty. The benefit cap does not drive employment. It does not create opportunity. It simply takes money from the poorest families, many of them single parents with very young children, and pushes them deeper into despair and hardship. If this Labour government is serious about tackling child poverty, it has to finish the job. That means scrapping the benefit cap, ending the two-child limit in full, increasing child-related benefits, making free school meals universal so no child is excluded simply because their parents earn £1 too much. It means introducing an essentials guarantee into our social security system so that everyone can afford the basics, and ending the 4-year freeze on local housing allowance so families can keep a roof over their heads in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Every single day of delay causes real harm to the most vulnerable in our society. Every day of half measures by this Labour government means that children will continue growing up in cold, hungry and anxious about what comes tomorrow. Madam Deputy Speaker, reducing child poverty is not radical. It is responsible. It is the right thing to do. It improves health, it improves education, it improves long-term economic outcomes. And last July, alongside 6 other colleagues, I did not vote to scrap the two-child benefit cap for applause. I voted for it because poverty is a political choice and it was the right thing to do. If this House truly believes that all children are equal, then it must act on that belief and abolish the two-child benefit cap in full without delay. Thank you.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was also one of the 7 Labour MPs suspended for voting, and to be quite clear, on an amendment to the King's Speech, to strengthen the King's Speech, to remove the two-child limit. I had made a vow to my constituents in Liverpool, West Derby during the election. I would vote to scrap this inhumane policy at every single opportunity I could. So I did. Today I am grateful I'm frankly relieved that the government has recognised this policy for what it always was, and a moral attack from the architect of austerity, George Osborne, which punished working class children. Everything we should oppose in a Labour government. So today is a big step in the right direction for the government elected on a promise to support the most vulnerable and for change, and I'm delighted we stand here today. Madam Deputy Speaker, shamefully, 4.5 million children are living in poverty in the UK, 850,000 more than in 2010. The two-child limit has been a key driver of this increase since its introduction in 2017. According to the Child Poverty Action Group, every single day this policy existed, 109 children were pushed into poverty and denied their ability to live life to the full. Trussell figures are just a start. Almost 1 in 3 emergency food parcels last year went to families with 3 or more children, families who make up just 11% of the population. More than 2 in 5 of those families experience food insecurity. This winter, food banks have been forced to provide an emergency food parcel every 10 seconds. Every 10 seconds, Madam Deputy Speaker, in one of the richest, wealthiest nations on earth. But I will give way to my honourable friend.
Compliment him on the amazing work he's done on the right to food and the work he's done in food banks in Liverpool, supported by all the football clubs there. He must be aware, maybe he's got figures on it, of the number of families with children who use food banks, who themselves are in work, sometimes doing 2 jobs, but are still so poor they cannot afford to pay a weekly grocery bill.
I thank my friend for that intervention, my honourable friend. And in the food pantries that we run in Liverpool with fan support and food banks, over 60% of those that access those food pantries are in work. That's the stark reality of what the world that we live in. So behind the figures, what we're speaking about, real families and real children. Alderley Children's Hospital charity made abolishing the 2-child limit its primary focus in its Put Children First report. They see first-hand the damage this policy causes to our children in our communities. I've spoken to my great friend, the paediatrician, Dr Ian Sinner, from Alderley Children's Hospital. He was presented with a child who at first sight he thought had leukemia. It turned out to be malnutrition. Poverty kills, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is why scrapping the 2-child limit matters. In my constituency, Liverpool West Derby alone, over 3,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. Nationally, 470,000 children will benefit by 2027 alongside 200,000 adults. This represents a 15% reduction in child poverty, with the living standards of 1.6 million children improving immediately. And the impact goes far beyond immediate relief. As we heard at the Right to Food Commission's evidence session last week in Knowsley, lifting families out of poverty, improving their food security transforms lives. Better health outcomes, less pressure on the NHS, higher educational attainment and a stronger future workforce. For those in this place today, and many aren't here now, who rallied against the cost of lifting children out of poverty, the economic benefit of removing the 2-child limit is estimated at £3.1 billion per year through reduced pressure on public services, increased employment, higher tax revenues. It's cost neutral. For those who only speak the language of the Treasury, it's not only morally right, but it's fiscally responsible. If that floats your boat, that's what we're talking about. We must be honest, though, this doesn't go far enough. We are voting to remove the 2-child benefit limit, not the benefit cap. The cap remains, meaning 50,000 families will see no benefit at all, and 20,000 only a marginal increase. If we're really serious about ending child poverty, and hope we are with the strategy that we're bringing forward, this government must commit to removing the benefit cap entirely within this Parliament. The Right to Food Commission will also call for comprehensive right to food legislation, including universal free school meals, transparency on food costs, and the requirement for food security to be considered across all areas of policy. So we urge colleagues to support this bill. But I also remind the House that when it comes to inequality, we do not get to choose where our moral mission ends. As long as children in 21st century Britain are growing up hungry or in poverty, there is more we can do and we must do. Let us remove the two-child limit today, end the benefit cap, legislate for the right to food and build a Britain where no family or child is left behind.
Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Scrapping the two-child benefit cap is the single most important action this government could take to improve outcomes for children in poverty. My Liberal Democrat colleagues and I have called for this consistently, so I'm pleased that the government is finally taking this step. Children and young people in Eastleigh and across our country have paid the price for a policy that was never about fairness, but instead about cutting support to families who are often struggling the most. This cruel, shameful policy should never have been introduced in the first place, and I will just reiterate that circumstances can change in a heartbeat. Redundancy, bereavement, discovering a child needs special care, which means that a parent has to give up work, life-changing events can all have a huge and sometimes devastating impact on household income. According to the End Child Poverty Coalition, 20.6% of children in Eastleigh are growing up in poverty. These experiences in early childhood shape outcomes for life, affecting health, educational attainment and future earnings. Without further action, over 4 million children in the UK will still be growing up in poverty by 2029. Housing costs, inflation, particularly food inflation, and high energy costs continue to be central drivers of hardship. The Department for Work and Pensions' own impact assessment has found that around 50,000 low-income families currently affected by the two-child benefit limit will gain nothing when it is lifted in April. A further 20,000 will only see their incomes lift partially from April due to having their income raised to benefit cap level. So what further measures will the Minister take to ensure that all children can fulfil their full potential? Citizens Advice Eastleigh recently advised a single parent whose universal credit was reduced by nearly 30% due to the benefit cap, which combined with her high rental costs left her with only £400 a month to feed and clothe her children and keep them warm. Charities in my constituency and across the UK say the same thing. This bill on its own, while welcome, is not enough. Madam Deputy Speaker, a fair society does not balance its books on the backs of children. It is frankly astonishing that the party to my right would reinstate the two-child benefit cap. According to the IFS, their policy did not have a significant impact on labour supply and has not considerably affected fertility decisions. So the only thing it did was to drive more children into poverty. What a terrible legacy that is. I wonder what they would say to the 72% of children living in poverty who are in working families and the families with 3 or more children who are in poverty through absolutely no fault of their own. A fair society protects its children, invests in them, and gives every child the chance to thrive. That is why I support this bill and why I will continue to press for further action until child poverty in this country is eradicated once and for all.
Yeah. Dr. Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm proud to support this bill today, and I do so with the families of Southampton firmly in mind. Those are families who fell foul of the last Conservative government's mission to make Britain Dickensian again. More than 83%, my city is among those who are the poorest in the country, worse off than more than 83% of local authorities when it comes to the deprivation that affects children. Now, in here, that's a potentially abstract statistic. There, it's reflected in the lived reality of my constituents. Yeah. More than 1 in 5 working-age adults in Southampton are on universal credit, rising to an average of 1 in 3 in our most deprived neighbourhoods. Now, as many honourable colleagues have said, many of those people are working hard, but they are still falling short. And what was the last Conservative government's answer to that? It was to count the children and punish the whole family. And no doubt tonight they will traipse through the lobbies and vote to keep a lid on the 450,000 children who are about to be released from poverty.
The two-child limit simply didn't work. And if anything, it compounded the pressures on families. Families who repeatedly tell me that the universal credit they receive barely covers the rent, let alone food, heating or school essentials. That's the Tory legacy. That's the deeply entrenched poverty that this Labour government is having bit by bit to undo. And it's therefore no surprise that still an estimated 10,000 children in Southampton are living in households with an absolute low income and 25% of children in relative low income. These are the realities that demand clear action, and this bill is part of that action being led by the Labour government. I'll give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is making an excellent point, and the way he's describing the issues in his constituency in Southampton actually also apply in a very similar way to my residents in Reading. Does he agree with me that an important aspect of the government's work is not only what we're debating today, but the wider and broader package of measures, including measures to help with housing, measures to help with the cost of transport, and many other measures, including the Warm Homes Initiative? Perhaps he wants to say a little bit more overall impacts of these measures.
I thank my honourable friend for making a salient point, and I will come to that wider package of measures. Of course, we've heard arguments, straw man arguments, I believe, that say, well, this one thing will not solve child poverty. Well, no one is claiming that it will solve child poverty. It is one piece of a jigsaw of wider work that this government is doing. Absolutely. But I am glad that this punitive, arbitrary cap, which only made life worse for so many, is being scrapped, and that will lift up to 2,500 children in Southampton Itchen out of poverty. Now, if I was to credit the opposition benches with one thing in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be their consistency. Sadly, it's consistently wrong and a consistent and desperate attempt to be divisive in this. They are trying to split the country into those who pay tax and those who receive welfare. These generalisations around the deserving and the undeserving poor are not only crass, they're just factually wrong. Many contribute through work for years. They fall on hard times. They rely on the safety net that they have paid into. And my honourable friend, the member for South Derbyshire, made this point eloquently. Absolutely. The Conservatives ignore the fact that many are receiving universal credit while they're working. That's the state topping up poverty pages. The Conservatives might be happy to ignore that. Labour is taking action on minimum wages. Now, what a contrast. This bill, therefore, removing the two-child limit is a vital step, but it is not, to my honourable friend Reading's point, a standalone one. It sits alongside this Labour government's wider work, opening free breakfast clubs that will transform life chances with early adopter schools in St John's, St Patrick's and Hightown primary schools in my constituency. It sits alongside a £20 million Pride in Place investment into the Western Estate. It sits alongside expanding free school meals, and with a third of pupils in my state-funded schools eligible for free school meals, more are set to get that support, making a material difference to their lives and breaking down some of the barriers to learning that still exist. Labour is investing in more childcare to help those parents who are trying to get into work and facing barriers. We're strengthening some of the universal credit work allowances, and we're delivering a comprehensive child poverty strategy aimed at giving every single child a fair start. And I commend the Secretary of State for Education and the Work and Pension Secretaries for the work that they have done on leading that vital change. The reality is, if we're being idealistic, we all dream of a future where these kinds of benefits might not be as necessary as they are now. We dream of, and I would argue Labour is working towards, a world where work pays well, where it pays better, something our Employment Rights Bill moves us closer to achieving, where the cost of living crisis is less acute, as our action on warm homes and freezing rail fares and freezing VAT rates and income tax rates and fuel duty all help to achieve. Add to that the creation of opportunities through the Youth Guarantee and through more apprenticeships. Then there is a lot that is happening, but there is, of course, more to do, much more to do. But today, Madam Deputy Speaker, what this bill does is recognises a very simple truth. Children do not choose the circumstances they are born into.
Absolutely.
Supporting this bill and scrapping the arbitrary, failed cap is not only the right economic decision to make, it is the right moral one.
Sean Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The fact is this bill is too narrowly drawn by the government. It will, as members have mentioned several times, leave at least 150,000 children in larger families with no extra help at all. Families like Mariam's, highlighted by the Z2K charity, who is a lone parent of 3, fled from domestic abuse and relying upon us for her income while she restarts her life. Abolishing the 2-child limit alone will not improve Mariam's life one bit, because she is affected by both the 2-child limit and the overall benefit cap. In December, after this policy change was finally announced, about 18 months after the government should have taken action, I asked ministers how many families and children would be excluded from help in this way, and they told me this information was not available. It is beyond me how they could decide that this policy would leave children out in this way without knowing how many. DWP data says there are nearly 1,000 families subject to the benefit cap in my constituency of Brighton Pavilion, but they did not tell me, and I still don't know, how many of my families this bill will exclude. But we do know now how many children, in total at least, will be left out and not helped. The impact assessment for this bill says 50,000 families will see no gain at all from this bill, and another 20,000 families in the first year will only partially gain before the household benefit cap kicks in for them too. That is in total at least 200,000 children who are not getting the help they need from the government. Madam Deputy Speaker, the benefit cap, like the 2-child limit, was always unjust. Introduced by the Conservatives, led by headlines and misrepresentations, driving up stigma and demonisation. Demonisation of children in poverty and their parents. The Conservatives fail to see that social security is security for everyone, and that this spending pays back in wider benefits the Treasury and the country will see by not limiting lives due to nothing more than prejudice. And Madam, I will give way.
Kirsty Blackman.
Just on that, does the honourable member share my concerns that the arguments that are being made by the Labour Party in cancelling the 2-child cap are the same arguments that were applicable 19 months ago when 61,000 children could have been kept out of poverty if they'd agreed with us in the King's speech rather than waiting until now?
I thank the honourable member for pointing out yet again that some of us in this House voted to move on this issue many months ago, and it is about time the government caught up. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to take time to utterly reject the racist agenda of the Reform members' objections. The fact is, this bill is not wrong, but it fails to do right by far too many children. And so I am here to ask ministers, what will the government do to fix this? The scope of the bill could be widened by the government to remove the benefit cap as well through a motion to this House, if not by a simple amendment. And I have been trying on that score as well. It is down to the government to help and listen on this issue, which so many members have raised today. So I ask, quite simply, will they act?
Nadia Whittam.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The introduction of the 2-child limit by the Conservatives in 2017 has had a devastating impact on child poverty rates. Every day it affects 1.7 million children, with a loss of roughly £3,500 a year for affected families. A huge 17% of children in my constituency live in a family subject to this inhumane and unjust policy. But it's also a policy that has failed on its own terms. A study by the London School of Economics found that it did not increase employment rates among those families affected, the majority of whom are already in work. Meanwhile, the well-being of hundreds of thousands of children became collateral damage in this reckless experiment, from living in overcrowded homes to going to bed hungry. It is utterly disgraceful that this cruel policy has remained in force for so long, and I know that many of our constituents have felt let down that our Labour government has not acted quicker. So I'm greatly relieved that the calls that so many of us have repeatedly made are now being heeded, and that the government is finally scrapping the two-child limit. This wouldn't have been possible without the tireless work of campaigners who've spent almost a decade fighting for this change. And experts agree that the removal of the two-child limit is the most cost-effective way to cut child poverty, with this change expected to lift almost 500,000 children out of poverty by the end of this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, with more than a third of children in my constituency growing up in poverty, I breathe a sigh of relief for the children and families in Nottingham East and right across the country who will finally be receiving the support that they should always have had. Because poverty is a political choice, and this bill proves that we can make decisions that have a real impact. But this must be the start and not the end. I am concerned that around 50,000 low-income families currently affected by the two-child benefit limit will gain nothing when it's lifted in April because of the benefit cap. I'm also worried that children whose parents are subject to no recourse to public funds will continue to be disproportionately at high risk of poverty because they're denied support. And the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has warned that progress on tackling poverty is likely to stall without further action. And that's why, yes, I give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and I absolutely agree with her about the effect of on 50,000 children not getting any benefit. Would she agree that there needs to be a more comprehensive approach to child poverty, including raising the tax threshold to take the poorest families and poorest people out of taxation altogether, and also looking at the extraordinarily high levels of private sector rent in many places that are way above the local housing allowance, so families on benefit end up subsidising their rent in order to keep a roof over their head?
Nadia Whittam.
I thank my right honourable friend for the intervention, and I do agree with the points that he makes, and I think particularly in my constituency inbox, we have huge numbers of constituents who are effectively evicted because landlords keep hiking their rents, and that's why I back his call and the calls of Sadiq Khan and Andy Burnham, our mayors, to allow local areas to introduce rent controls. And I also back the calls of the Joseph Rowntree Foundation for universal credit to cover the cost of essentials like food, toiletries and heating. Addressing people's material conditions, their living conditions, is how we keep the far right at bay. We must show that we are on the side of working class people. We must tax the multi-millionaires and put money back into our public services and people's pockets. And we must do this at pace, so that no child grows up in poverty in the 6th largest economy in the world, so that people can see the difference that a Labour government can make, and so that our society becomes a happier, healthier and more equal place for all of us to live. This must be our goal.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It seems with increasing frequency I stand in this place welcoming Labour U-turns. Well, today I welcome yet another. The decision to lift the two-child cap is clearly the right moral choice, and it will lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. For those in Scotland, this is a particularly welcome change. There will no longer be any need for the Scottish Government to divert funds from social care and council services towards a Scottish Child payment. So it's with that in mind I'd like to urge the Honourable Member from Aberdeen North on the benches behind me to discuss with her colleagues in Holyrood the merits of using some of the projected £155 million savings to help fund a new health and care hub for the people of Bearsden and Mulgai in my constituency. Now, I'm aware that there are people who are not supporting lifting the cap. This change is set to cost UK taxpayers over £3 billion annually by 2030. Clearly an enormous sum. And we have already seen over the past year that this Labour government is set on making working people pay for their changes through tax band freezing, national insurance rises and pension changes. So it's with this in mind that I'd like to urge the government to look seriously at the Liberal Democrat proposals aimed at raising tax revenue. Firstly, banks have made record profits, an estimated 50 billion in a single year, off the backs of hard-working people. We in the Liberal Democrats believe that it's only fair that they pay some of this back. A windfall tax on these enormous profits could raise 7 billion per year without placing any more strain on people who are already struggling. On top of this, and I know that the members to my right will not be happy to hear this again, we need a customs union with Europe. Trade deals in China and India are not unwelcome, but the biggest opportunity is right on our doorstep. An extra 90 billion per year in tax revenue that doesn't require going cap in hand to those who stand against our values or who facilitate our enemies. Madam Deputy Speaker, lifting children out of poverty doesn't have to put a further strain on working people. We can create a fair tax system where companies pay their fair share to help those they profit from.
Could I gently remind the Honourable Lady that this is a very specific debate about the removal of the two-child limit and not a wider debate on tax policy. Susan Murray.
Thank you, I apologise. So removing the two-child cap is a vital first step, and I hope that the government chooses to listen to more Liberal Democrat proposals.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Scrapping the two-child limit is a clear win-win. It will improve the living standards of around 1.6 million children overnight and prevent hundreds of thousands more from being pushed into poverty in the years ahead, whilst also leading to better health, development, educational attainment and economic outcomes. These improvements shape life chances and, in turn, ease pressure on our public services and strengthen our wider economy. This decision is a testament to the campaigners who have worked tirelessly for years to see this policy repealed, and honourable members across this House who repeatedly called for change, including those who lost the whip in 2024 for standing firmly by their principles. I strongly support this measure and will, of course, be voting in favour. This cruel policy was introduced by the Conservative government in 2015 with the stated aim of making savings in the welfare system. The bottom line is that misdirected interventions based on cuts rather than investment will never fix a system that is producing deepening poverty. Poverty and the cost of living crisis are taking a devastating toll on Welsh communities. Across Wales, thousands of people are struggling to make ends meet, going without essentials and falling further into debt. With just 3 months to go until the elections, it is clear this crisis will not disappear. We should be pulling every available lever to tackle it. Removing the two-child cap and delivering a robust child poverty strategy are welcome steps, but more must be done.
Will he give way on that point?
I will.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Is he aware that 5 in 6 low-income households on universal credit are going without the essentials? So would he agree with me and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation and the Trussell Trust that we need a welfare system that provides for the essentials of daily living, food, heating your home and so on, if we are to really tackle deep-seated poverty in this country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and could I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I do agree, some absolutely appalling statistics there have been quoted. You know, an essentials guarantee would embed the principle that universal credit should, at a minimum, protect people from going without food, heating and other basics. A protected minimum floor would ensure no one falls below a humane safety net. I hope that the government continues on this path of reversing cruel Conservative policies that harm the most vulnerable in our society. Diolch yn fawr.
David Baines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been a really revealing debate, a very interesting one, with interesting points on all sides. But unfortunately, it has obviously become quite polarising. On one side of the debate, we've got those who actually work with children and families and who see the hugely damaging impact that the two-child limit has had. The Child Poverty Action Group, for example, says scrapping the two-child limit would be the most cost-effective way to start to reduce child poverty. Dame Rachel de Souza, the Children's Commissioner, called removing the two-child limit a vital first step towards lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty quickly, with the potential to transform lives. And I agree with UNICEF, which says that no child should be punished for the number of siblings that they have. Scrapping the two-child limit will lift around 2,500 children in St Helens North out of poverty. And in this Parliament, we're on course to lift a record number of children out of poverty nationally, more than 500,000. Free breakfast clubs are opening in more primary schools. More than 5,000 families in St Helens North will benefit from extended free school meals later this year. Working families are receiving 30 hours of free childcare. Yes, this all has to be paid for, and I'm aware it will be paid for by taxpayers, but politics and government is about choices. The Shadow Minister said in her introduction at the start that we should look at the record of the Conservatives in government. The Honourable Member for Solihull West and Shirley said the government is about choices. Well, the country is well aware of their record and the choices they made, and that's why they sat on that side of the chamber. This Labour government is choosing to give all children the opportunity to thrive, and we will all benefit as a result. Every single penny in pursuit of that goal is money well spent, in my opinion, as a taxpayer. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the other side of the debate, we have got the Leader of the Opposition and others not simply taking a reasoned and reasonable position, but using language that is at best insulting and at worst dangerous. Talk of so-called benefit street in a single stroke alienates and denigrates millions of Britons in receipt of benefits, many of whom, of course, work. There are neighbours, there are friends, they're the people we see day in and day out around our communities. As it's been said already by colleagues on this side, most of the children who will be helped by the removal of the two-child limit are in households where someone works. 59% of households affected by the two-child limit are in work. And to those who say work should pay, I agree. And that's why I'm supporting measures put forward by this government to do exactly that, which are opposed by those people who say work should pay.
Indeed they are.
Square that circle. I can't. Good luck to them. All I ask is that those who talk in that way about things like benefit streets and denigrating millions of people and children just think how those children and young people, never mind their parents, might feel when they see those headlines. We can and should debate policy, but we gain nothing from making people feel worthless. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also hear a lot about looking after our own. Well, I agree. We should look after our own. We should support people who need it, and that's what this move does. Investing in our children, in the well-being of future generations, for their sake and for our collective good. Through my entire working life, I've seen the impact of poverty on families and children. I've tried my best to help them, and I'm sure all of us in this chamber on all sides have met many families who've struggled and dealt with sudden changes in circumstances, whether it's ill health, bereavement, job loss or housing crisis. For those families with more than 2 children, the impact is even more acute. And it saddens me and frankly staggers me that some would choose to extend that pain tonight. Every child matters. Every child counts. Every child has a role to play in our country and its future. I'll be voting tonight for them.
Jill German.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know all too well the difference this bill will make for families across the country. In my constituency of Clwyd North, I've seen far too many families struggling to make ends meet. And indeed, it's a reality that is a huge part of what drove me to this place in the first instance, from my primary school classroom and a lead role in local government. So I am pleased and proud to welcome and support this bill today and the tangible difference it will make in Clwyd North and beyond. And it's important to note why this is happening now. This has come at a time when it has been fully costed and as part of an overall strategy. And this is crucial to note. We can all call for something. We've made it happen. Across Wales, this change will help 69,000 children, including 3,100 children in my Clwyd North constituency. A change that cannot be overstated in terms of how deeply it is needed and how proud I am to see it delivered under this Labour government. It's exactly the kind of action that we need to support families of all shapes and sizes after 14 years of Tory austerity, which has left far too many children in poverty. And while it might seem obvious, I do want to make this point and emphasise that children are part of these families. They don't exist in a bubble, and they can't disappear when life gets tough. Supporting families makes children better off. Families face a range of circumstances, often unexpected. But regardless of this, every child deserves to have their needs met. Poverty in childhood does nothing but cost society in the long term. Children growing up in poverty are less likely to work as adults, and by the age of 30, earn an average 25% less. And I am proud that it has been... I will give way.
I'm grateful for the member giving way, and she makes a fantastic point. I think you either get it or you don't. What we're doing is giving children an opportunity to better their futures. Myself, when I was young, my father, an engineer, fell ill, and my mother and my family fell to the state. But today, I'm an officer of the court, and I'm here as a member of Parliament. Let's give every child a chance to develop and better their futures.
I thank the honourable member, and I absolutely agree. Every child deserves the chance to fulfil their potential, and it is our responsibility to make that happen. And I'm proud that it has been a Welsh Labour government in Wales that has led the way with practical initiatives to support children. Free breakfast in primary schools since 2004. Protected by legislation since 2013. Universal free school meals for primary school children since 2022. And I'm incredibly proud to have been part of rolling that out across Clwyd North. Statutory guidance on school uniform branding in place for years, and the School Essentials Grant to help with the costs of going to school. And while these initiatives are invaluable, I have heard repeatedly, as the chair of the Children in Wales APPG, and in many, many years before, from organisations like Bernardo's Cymru, Citizens Advice Wales and Save the Children Wales, that the single most effective step to lift children out of poverty would be to remove the two-child cap. And now, finally, with a Labour government in place in Westminster, we've done exactly that. And we've done it in a measured, fully costed way that accounts for every penny needed. These organisations have long been sounding the alarm, and I'm proud that it's our Labour government that has taken action. As the MP for Clwyd North, I know exactly what I want to see. And we need a long-term solution to child poverty. And to do this, we need parents and families in reliable, fairly paid work to see child poverty off for good. We must rebuild our economy after it's been decimated in the worst way. We must create clear pathways into work for young people and those locked out of employment. We must equip people with the skills needed for today's jobs and the jobs of the future. And we must ensure that we have the transport, the childcare and the infrastructure needed so people can get to work in the first place. I will work tirelessly to make sure these opportunities are open to people in Clwyd North, particularly our young people. And my constituency is ideally placed between two major investment zones, and it's my responsibility to make sure that my residents benefit from the opportunities this brings. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's absolutely right that this cap is being lifted here and now. But we must remember that the very best way to ensure that children live well is to ensure that their families are both supported and in fairly paid, reliable work. That must be our relentless focus if we are to reduce our shocking child poverty figures, not just for today, but for generations to come.
John McDonnell.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. A surprise. I'm pleased I've sat through the debate today, all the debate, and the speeches I've heard on our side here have been incredibly eloquent and moving, and I'm really pleased we are where we are now in terms of scrapping the two-child limit. I've listened to the opposition speeches. Just looking back in history, they are reminiscent of the debates that were taking place in the early 19th century with regard to the Poor Law. And if people can remember their history, there was an economist called Malthus at the time who suggested if you gave anything to the poor by way of support or benefits, it would make them lazy, it would make them breed, and the only way you control population was actually to starve the poor. And that's what was reflected in the debate that we heard today. And I just hope one day we'll have a civilised society where those views aren't heard, especially the racist views that were expressed by the reform, how to separate our society in that way at the moment when we know there are divisions that we need to be bringing people together. But I just say this to my honourable friends and to the front bench. Please, please don't spoil this bill now. And I say that others have raised, I don't want to repeat the argument, so others have raised the overall cap. And if we allow that to exist, it will spoil this bill. It won't do the job that we need it to do. The two-child limit will lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. But as others have said, if we maintain the overall cap, it will mean there's 150,000 children who will still be hit by this. And that means, really, we will not have done our job. And I know we can argue, well, we'll come back to that, but the longer we delay it, the longer those children will live in poverty. And I just think there must be a way in which we can resolve this quickly. This piece of legislation could be that way. And actually, in comparison with removing the overall two-child limit cap, this is relatively, and I say this in inverted commas, relatively inexpensive. I think it's about 500 billion compared to the 3 billion. So we could do it. It can't be done by an amendment from a member of Parliament from the backbenchers, because only the government can bring forward proposals that involve increased expenditure in any form. So my appeal, I just want to appeal to the front bench. Please don't spoil it at this stage. Try and bring us all together in absolute consensus across most of the House and do the job properly. Lift all children out of poverty in this way. Because, as I say, I think it will be relatively inexpensive and its impact will be severe. I don't want to get into another row over this particular issue. I voted against the two-child limit when it was introduced. And I railed against it. I don't think I've ever been so angry in this House as that day. And that's why I've continuously voted to scrap the two-child limit. And I know people are anxious that in terms of the vote over the King's speech, but it wasn't a vote against the King's speech. It was a vote in favour of scrapping the two-child limit. And I understand the argument, well, you have to do that in a way as part of a component part of a budget that you can then afford. But that's why I was disappointed we hadn't done that first of all, because it was so meaningful for me to scrap the two-child limit itself. But we are where we are now, and I'm really pleased. So I just want the front bench to go that little step further and scrap the overall limit. There's other issues as well we can come back to, rent controls, etc. We can come back to that at the next stage in the progress of tackling child poverty through our strategy. So it is an appeal. But let me just say this. Although a backbencher can't move an amendment that raises expenditure, we can move amendments that make this bill dependent on further reports within a time-limited period of scrapping the overall limit. So I'll give notice now and be open about it, is if the government front bench doesn't bring forward a meaningful amendment, I will be seeking to work with the clerks to bring forward an amendment that at least commits the government to consider and report back to the House on scrapping the overall limit, and if necessary I will push that to a vote.
And for the assistance of backbenchers still wishing to speak, I'm about to remove the time limit. Josh Fenton Glynn.
Thank you. This is right, you're in trouble now. This bill will be remembered as one of the proudest moments of this government's first term. Before entering this place, I worked on policy around poverty, and it's something that motivates me every day. One constant theme I found when looking at the evidence was that the simple solutions were often the best. Indeed, it's interesting that members opposite often argue for a simplified tax system for the wealthy, but then when it comes to benefits, they do nothing but buttress the system with more and more complex rules. Yeah. But poverty ruins lives. We know that growing up in poverty leads to worse life outcomes. It leads to poorer educational outcomes. Poverty as a child leaves us 3 times more likely to be in poverty as an adult. And the longer the period of deprivation a child goes through, the worse their chances as an adult. It's clear that the impacts of childhood poverty are deep-rooted. Lifting the 2-child benefit cap is one of the single most effective ways to change that trajectory and give people a better outcome for the rest of their lives. If you are constantly hungry, or cold, or in damped housing without repairs, the effects are long-lasting on your health, on your self-esteem, and on your chances. When kids grow up in poverty, the economy loses out too. Even if members choose not to care about worse outcomes for children, something that I think we have a moral imperative to care about, it's a question of cold economic logic. In 2023, my old employer, Child Poverty Action Group, estimated that the cost of child poverty was £39 billion a year, and that investing to solve the issue would bring similarly large gains to the economy. The lifting of this cap alone will ultimately save £3.2 billion a year. And this is the first legislation on child poverty passed since the Child Poverty Act. I remember working on the passage of that act, and I remember the now Lord Cameron committing to halving and then ending child poverty. Indeed, he accepted the evidence-based view that relative poverty is an appropriate measure to measure child poverty, because children with less money are less able to take part in the society that their friends do, and they're less able to achieve in the same way. A bold way to face the electorate in 2010, but not matched at all by the record in power, a record of abject failure. The 2-child limit pushed hundreds of thousands more children into poverty. 14 years of government failure. Shot through the need for this bill is the failure of the last government. UNICEF found that the UK saw the largest increase in relative poverty out of 37 high-income countries that they measured between 2013 and 2023. An increase of 1/3, the largest increase compared to the EU. And we heard a lot from across the House about people in work. Well, when I was working at Child Poverty Action Group, we used to have a killer stat. We used to say 1/3 of children in poverty have a parent in work. By the time that lot left government, 2/3 of children in poverty had a parent in work. And even if they don't have a parent in work, I don't believe that the sins of the parents are visited on the children. I don't believe that children have control over where they're born. We hear about choices. Should children choose to be born to a different family? This is social and economic vandalism that we will reverse when this bill becomes law. The removal of the two-child benefit cap will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, with 2 million children set to benefit overall. Think about what that means. The lives changed, the futures opened up, and if nothing else moves you, then think about the savings to the public purse when fewer children grow up facing the barriers that poverty causes that follow them into adulthood. There is more to do. My honourable friends on the front bench will know that I'm likely to be very annoying about the things more that we have to do. But I welcome this government support for free breakfast clubs, expanding childcare, family homes and getting more young people into work. And I look forward to reviewing how these programmes bring children out of deprivation. Today, I couldn't be more proud than to walk through a division lobby that will give millions of children a fairer start.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last time that we had a debate on this issue, I took many interventions from the party opposite. There are fewer of them here today, but they wanted to know if I would support lifting the two-child cap. And I said at the time, as I will say again, that increasing household incomes of children in poverty is one of several things that we need to do to tackle the scourge of child poverty in places like Bishop Auckland, and that I trusted the government's heart is in the right place on this issue. And so I'm delighted with the proposals they've brought forward, and today I will enthusiastically vote for this bill. It's a bill that will lift 450,000 children out of poverty. 2,310 households in my constituency are currently affected by the two-child cap. As I say, it's only one measure. It needs to be combined with other measures, and I think we've heard often in this debate that it's the single quickest way to lift children out of poverty. That's because we measure poverty by household income. But poverty is multidimensional, and it is important that we address the multifaceted aspects of poverty. And combined with other measures, it will make a real difference. Measures like the Renters' Rights Bill, the Employment Rights Bill, increases in the national minimum wage, falling interest rates that's cutting mortgages, the new rules on school uniforms, the 30 hours of free childcare, the free breakfast clubs in every school to reduce the early morning stress on working parents, the extension of free school meals to a further 4,500 children in Bishop Auckland, the extension of the warm homes discount to more households, and investment in youth hubs, family hubs and arts and culture. All of those things will help support children in poverty, and that's why I'm proud to be part of this Labour government at this time. At a roundtable in my constituency shortly after I was elected, we invited educators and charities and people who work with children to talk to us about their experience of child poverty. There were tears in the room as head teachers talked of having to bring food into school to feed hungry children, of a child whose uniform was wet because there was no glass in the window of their home where that uniform was left, of children living in cold and damp homes, children in Shildon who are excluded from extracurricular activities because they have to get the only free bus home because their parents can't afford the £1 bus fare to take a later bus home. So I came here today to speak on behalf of those children, to be their voice. Now, I want to address some of the arguments that we've heard against this. And I think too much of this debate, frankly, has focused on party politics rather than on children. Party opposite seems to be simultaneously arguing that we should have done this sooner and that we shouldn't be doing it at all. But as I've engaged with the government over the last 18 months and had many conversations, including in Number 10 and with ministers, I've been reassured throughout that the Prime Minister had a strong personal commitment to eradicating child poverty. And it hasn't surprised me at all to see this legislation brought forward. The opposition to what we're doing today is based on falsehoods. The The first of those falsehoods is that this is about supporting children in workless households. As my honourable friend said a moment ago, firstly, the children are not to blame. You can never blame a child for being born in a poor home. But also, 59% of families affected by the two-child cap are families in work. And we also know that universal credit requires people to show evidence of actively seeking work. You can't simply sit on universal credit. It is not that easy. And we know that often this is a temporary measure. I think about my own family. 12 years ago, I was working as a gardener on just above the minimum wage, and my wife was working as a carer while I was completing my PhD. And we relied for a time on having our income topped up by tax credits, as it was called then. I almost crossed that out of my speech because I know that I'll get an onslaught of abuse just for saying so. Such is the rhetoric in our country right now, demonising people who ever draw on our social security system. My twin sister became a single parent, not of her choosing. She raised 3 children, 2 of whom had a disability. I remember her telling me about a friend when she moved into her council house, telling her how you can paint the floor and put duvets at the windows to keep it warmer. But she put herself through a degree in pharmacy at Durham University and now works in my constituency for a GP practice as a pharmacist. And my brother, who was the highest earner in our family, died at the age of 35, leaving behind 3 children. So people fall on hard times. And when they fall on hard times, a caring society should be there for each other. One of the other lies, though, that we're hearing in this debate is that this is funded by a tax on workers, as they seek to divide people, to tell people who are just about managing that their tax is paying for people that aren't working. That's so not true. We know what's funding this and many other things. A fairer tax system, abolishing the non-dom status, a mansion tax, the remote gaming duty that's going to generate an extra £1 billion. So this is also about fairness and about who pays. And finally, there's this sort of lie that keeping children in poverty is good or necessary for the economy. It isn't. The welfare bill increased £88 billion under the Conservative government, despite the real value of welfare decreasing. They oversaw a real terms decrease in living standards. And where did it lead? A generation of children who are malnourished, who experience family breakdown, who are denied opportunities to become a generation of adults that are realising their full potential, an increase in sickness, in days lost to sick pay, an increase in mental health disorders, a 250% increase in looked after children, rising cost pressures on government as a result of those policies. And as I finish, I must turn my attention to some comments that were made by the member for Runcorn, who's no longer in her place. And I intend to write to her about this, because I was deeply offended by the suggestion that people who were born in this country, who were not born in this country, but work hard, are somehow less. My wife was not born in this country. She came here as a teenager. She worked in a meat factory. She worked as a carer, and more recently went through university and now works as a midwife in our NHS. And I am so proud of her. And the idea that somehow she should be less entitled because of her birth, I find frankly disgusting. And I think Reform need to rethink that. And so as I conclude, I will be voting with the government tonight, and I will also emphasise again that this is one of several things that we need to do to have that national mission to end once and for all the scourge of child poverty in our country.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, when the Labour government came into office, there were 4.5 million children living in poverty. I believe that is a moral stain on our nation. And that's why it's been a central mission of this Labour government to tackle child poverty in all its forms. And that's why the Labour government are taking a range of measures, like the breakfast clubs, which we've had fantastic pilots of,
in my constituency, and actually what we've heard from schools that have implemented those free breakfast clubs is that attendance is improving through them. Yet another impact of tackling shortages in childhood. We're expanding free school meals to more children, which is fantastic. The family hubs that will help families that are struggling get the support that they need. And of course, more support for childcare for working parents who too often are kept out of work by the high costs of childcare. But today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're talking about ending the two-child limit on universal credit. Now, this measure alone will lift nearly 500,000 children out of poverty. In my constituency of Morecambe and Lunesdale, it's about 1,900 kids who will benefit from this. And it's not just the right thing to do in and of itself. The evidence shows that tackling poverty in childhood is more cost effective than mopping up the damage later. The damage of poverty was outlined so eloquently earlier by my honourable friend from Oldham East. The fact is that poverty kills. It kills. It's as simple as that. Now, some will say that poverty is caused by fecklessness or laziness, ignoring the 70% of children affected by this limit who live in working households. Ignoring the fact that 15% of those affected by this cap are mothers with really young babies who normally we would not expect to work. Ignoring the significant number of people affected who are in ill health or who have caring responsibilities. Ignoring the fact that the cost of living crisis, which was brought upon us by the Conservatives and by a reliance on foreign gas, means that people who could afford their children when they had them are now struggling to put food on their table. Madam Deputy Speaker, about 6 months after the election, I knocked on a door in Morecambe and it was answered by a lady who was really distressed. Once I got talking to her, it came about that she had 5 kids and that she said to me, I could afford those children when I had them. I would never have had these children had I not been able to afford them. She worked days, her husband worked nights, she was on minimum wage. They were really struggling to prevent their children finding out just how difficult a financial situation they were in. And I was able to tell her that in a few months' time, she, thanks to the Labour government, was going to get a pay rise because we were putting the minimum wage up. Yet another measure that we're taking to tackle child poverty.
Will my friend give way?
I'll happily give way.
One of the most distressing things I found when I was working at Church Action on Poverty, talking to parents with children in poverty, was how often mothers went without food. You talked about families struggling so that their children didn't see. Would you agree that that's the reality of this policy, and that's what we're changing today?
Lisa Collins. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right. Parents, in my experience, will do anything to protect their children from the realities, the harsh realities of life. It is parents who go without food. It is parents who have to go to the food bank. And actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, I remember the first time I met the people running the food bank in Morecambe. I met them first in 2017 and I walked up to them and I said, one day I will put you out of business. And they said, thank you, because their strategic aim is to not exist. Food banks should not exist. Madam Deputy Speaker, some of the people who are opposed to lifting this limit are also willing to ignore the fact that the policy itself didn't work under its own terms. It didn't limit the number of children born, it merely condemned them to living in poverty. They were also willing to ignore the evidence that shows that dealing in poverty in childhood is much more cost effective than mopping up later. It prevents huge costs later down the lines in terms of education, health, or indeed in the criminal justice system. Now, I'm not saying there are no feckless parents. Of course there are feckless parents. There have always been feckless parents. I remember my great-grandma telling the story of having to go to the pub on a Friday night to try and get housekeeping money off her drunkard father. Now, she used to tell this as a funny story with a smile on her face, but it wasn't funny, and it's not funny now. And I was really quite shocked, actually, to see that the Reform Party are now saying that they would keep the limit on universal credit, two-child limit on universal credit, and instead put that money into taking
taking down the cost of beer. Now, I love a drink, don't get me wrong, but I can't help but think that if the Reform were around 100 years ago, they would have been standing with my drunkard ancestor rather than a little girl who's going in there with a handout for housekeeping money. And Madam Deputy Speaker, because there are a few who are feckless, do we condemn hundreds of thousands of children to poverty? Are we willing? I'll happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that fecklessness is not a trait that is only something that poorer people exhibit in our country?
Lizzie Collins.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I absolutely agree with his point that fecklessness is not limited to any one socio-economic group. And it's and in fact, actually, it's really interesting to see people who are born into great wealth consider that their position is only there due to their very hard work, and yet people born into poverty, it's their fault that they're there. It's really quite shocking. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, over 1 million children live in households unable to afford even the really most basic necessities of life, and there are parents choosing between heating and eating. Children doing their homework on the floor in housing too crowded to give space to study. A whole family in one room because that's all they can afford to heat. Kids wheezing due to damp. And what compounds this heartbreak is that childhood poverty festers and it grows. It infects people's prospects in education, in health, in employment, across the whole of their life. Now, rather than tackling this, we see discussions around welfare inevitably devolve into conversations about merit. Who deserves help and who doesn't? I'd first of all say, these are children we're talking about. Children who are entirely reliant on adults for their existence and their support, who are entirely reliant on governments like us to make sure that they are looked after if, by no fault of their own, their parents do not have enough money to have the necessities of life. Now, if this Victorian attitude to the deserving and undeserving poor had won the day previously, we wouldn't have had any of the public services that we now take for granted. We wouldn't have had free education, because why shouldn't parents just pay for the education themselves? We wouldn't have had the NHS, because why shouldn't people just pay for the doctors themselves? And actually, as we know, the reform benches would be very happy to get rid of the NHS and bring in private insurance systems. Now, none of us earned those things ourselves through our own merit. Actually, we inherited them from people who recognised that actually everyone deserves a good chance at life. Everyone deserves the chance to thrive, to succeed, to start their own business, to get an education, whatever it is that they want to do that makes their life a good life. Now, that's the obligation that we now have to our children. And the Joseph Rowntree Foundation and others have already shown that scrapping the two-child benefit limit could drive the single largest fall in child poverty seen in a single parliament. And actually, my local Citizens Advice did a brilliant report. And they say that this scrapping of the two-child limit is the fastest and most cost-effective intervention there is to tackle child poverty. I'll happily give way.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for giving way. And she's making a compassioned speech on this. If the Joseph Rowntree say it's the biggest change that can be done in the Parliament, that's a full Parliament term. Why is the government doing it now when they refused to do it 18 months ago?
Quite. You, Colin. Thank you, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I think it's actually a reasonable question, and the answer was we had to make sure that we as a country could afford it, and also we had to take a strategic approach to tackling child poverty. Now, what we weren't going to do is come into the absolute state of the economy that we came into and then make very quick decisions of such a scale. What we did was do it properly and carefully and part of a strategy.
It's not.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I'm interested by the opposition bench's interpretation of reality.
Yes.
I will just say that. And let's not forget, actually, moving on to something else that seems to have been missed in this discussion, is that the families hit hardest by the two-child limit are those who are spending the largest share of their income on absolute essentials. Lifting these families out of poverty not only reduces hardship, it actually boosts the local economy in the same way that raising the minimum wage does. Now, in Morecambe and Lewsdale, I have got thousands of fantastic small local businesses who rely on local people having enough money in their pocket to go out and spend, whether that's the corner shop, the local supermarket, whether that's the clothes shop on the front where I get my kids' school uniforms from. They rely on people spending, and we know that people who are hard up spend every single penny that they have. Now, I've spoken in this chamber before about the cost saving of prevention, and this is just simply no different. Investing in our children now pays dividends later, with improved educational outcomes and higher adult earnings. Now, even if in the face of all contradictory evidence, we accept the myth sown by the right that all the parents affected by the cap are somehow scroungers and feckless. I still don't believe that their children should have to live in poverty. Using children as pawns to influence parental behaviour or illustrate moral lessons not only doesn't work, it's profoundly unjust. And it didn't work. Even by its own logic, the two-child benefit limit has been woefully ineffective. Back in 2019, a cross-party work and pensions committee found, quote, no evidence that it was working as intended. It had next to no effect on employment rates, hours worked, in affected households, and the stated effect on birth rate is so tiny that it's doubtful the effect is bigger than the margin of error in the data. The cap hasn't led to greater employment rates or a higher number of hours worked. What the cap has done is made childcare and travel costs an even higher barrier for those households who are trying desperately to work more. And as well, the two-child benefit cap also assumed that all pregnancies are planned and in full knowledge of the government's social security policy. Now, I don't know about you, but most people aren't over the details of social security policy. We know this is simply not true. We know that contraceptives fail. Stuff happens. I remember when Tony Blair had an oopsie baby in the 90s. and I remember my dad saying, well, if the Prime Minister can't always get it right, how do we expect every single person in the country to? With apologies to the Blairs for referring to that. But we also know, and what became really clear from the previous Conservative policy, was that actually a startling number of children are conceived through rape. And what this policy meant was that traumatised women were having to disclose their rape to face the bureaucrats just to try and get enough money to raise that child that had come through rape. That is surely compounding the trauma of survivors of sexual assault. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, our country's future depends on investing in the potential of our children, all of our children, wherever they were born and however they were conceived. And today, what we're saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that there are no second-class children in Britain, and that under a Labour government, child poverty is not an inevitability. It's a choice, and we choose to end it.
Neil Duncan-Jordan. Dr. Jeevan Sundar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to speak for the next hour whilst there is no time limit. Buckle in. I want to start today's speech by first addressing what the Conservatives said, why we need state support to help end child poverty in the technological era that we're in today. But I want to make clear as well why we're here to end the two-child limit. In the economic sense, yes, it is a pounds and pence issue. We save more money by feeding kids today, but also, and far more important, morally, no child should be going hungry in this country. But before I get to that, I'd like to share with the House where I spent 2 years of my life between 2016 and 2018. I was an economist, the economist, working in the Somaliland Ministry of Finance, one of the poorest nations on earth. And I was there during what was then their worst drought in living memory. And in one of the poorest nations on earth, when a drought came, that meant failing harvests, it meant dying livestock, and yes, it meant rising hunger. And I can say that you never really forget what that hunger looks like, what it feels like for a whole nation to go through. And I could understand what was happening, even if it was incredibly difficult. But what I was and am shocked and appalled by was when turning to this country and seeing children going hungry in this nation, the fifth richest nation on earth. Mm-hmm. Children that went hungry after the introduction of the two-child limit. Yeah. Poverty up, but for the largest families affected by the two-child limit. Child hunger up, food bank parcels unknown in my childhood, 1 million in 2017, and then 3 million by the time the Conservatives left office. And most shamefully of all, child malnutrition doubled over the past decade. That is the shameful legacy of the two-child limit and what it meant for child hunger in this country. I will give way.
Member for giving way. I wonder if he is aware of the fact that the Trussell Trust was actually founded in this country in 2000 under the Labour government, and that it was not recommended by the Department of Work and Pensions to be offered as a solution to families in need at the time. So it's one thing to be talking about food banks, but it is important to make sure that we acknowledge when they were first set up in this country.
Did the guidance change? And did the guidance change between 2017 or 2016 and 2024? Explain to me, from the front bench, why the number of food bank parcels tripled from when the two-child limit was introduced to 2024. I'll give way.
Well, I think, without having the statistics in front of me right this second, let me finish. We had the global pandemic where there was a huge amount of need for food banks. In fact, it was the Conservative government that invested hundreds of thousands of pounds in food banks to ensure that nobody went without. In fact, in the council that I was a cabinet member for at the time, we utilised that funding that came from the Conservative government directly to ensure that poverty didn't increase over the COVID pandemic. So I think if there were numbers that went up, we have to make sure we reflect it in that fact.
The rise happened before COVID.
Yep.
The rise happened after the two-child limit was introduced. I will agree with the Honourable Lady on one point. She is not across the statistics. I will say this as well. Benches opposite have advanced an argument, which I think is a fair argument and one to take head on. Members opposite have said, well, why is it you don't just create lots of jobs and that's the way to get out of poverty? The way to get out of poverty is through work, right? And I think it's a fair argument to make, by the way, but I want to take that one head on. We are living in a different technological era. In the post-war era, we had the advance and expansion of mass production manufacturing. Good jobs that were there for people as they left school. They left school, they went to the local factory, they earned a decent wage. They earned a decent wage, they could buy a house to support a family. And then, in the 1980s, in this country, indeed across high-income nations, we saw deindustrialisation, automation, the replacement of those mechanical jobs by machines. And what we've been left with, not just in this country, but across high-income nations across the world, are those who can use computers effectively, high-paid graduate workers, and lots of low-paid jobs everywhere else. That's not just a problem we confront. It is worse because of decisions made in the 1980s, but we're seeing that across high-income nations. And as a result of that, you need state support to ensure that those on low pay can afford a decent life. And this, by the way, in a moment, and this, by the way, is not the first time in history we have confronted this. In the early bit of the Industrial Revolution, between 1750 and 1850, we saw machines replace human beings. And so what did we see? The economy grew by 60% per person, but people had less to eat. Men were shorter in 1850 than they were in 1750 because the technological era had changed. My right honourable friend would like to intervene.
Well, his friend, Madam Deputy Speaker, not right honourable, but I welcome the promotion.
I do wonder, though, because I've listened to this debate from outside the chamber this afternoon, Madam Speaker, and heard many of the Conservative Party benches talk about how the route out of poverty is through work, and I absolutely fundamentally agree. But I also find it completely incongruous to their speeches that whenever they've had the opportunity to vote for our Make Work Pay Act to increase stability in work, create well-paid jobs, they voted against it. And only last week, the Shadow Secretary of State was making an argument for cutting the minimum wage for young people. So how is it, would my honourable friend think, that you can on one hand argue for work as a way out of poverty, but on the other hand restrict the opportunities for work, push down pay, and reduce the opportunities that are produced for working people?
I agree with the honourable member, and I would say as well, the benches opposite have often spoken about their employment record in office, how many jobs were created. But whilst those jobs were created, child poverty rose and child hunger rose. Something is not right in their model of the world. There's something to review there. There is no law of economics that says just because you work hard and you're a decent person, you will earn a wage that can support a family. And that is not the technological era we live in today. That is why today we're ending the two-child limit. It's why I'm so proud that we're doing so. Now, in economic sense, in the pounds and pence, as members on this side of the House realise and have stated as well, when we ensure that children today have enough to eat, they learn more today and they earn more tomorrow. The cost of child poverty every single year, around £40 billion. The cost of ending the two-child limit, about £3.5 billion. In simple matters of pounds and pence, it does make sense to invest today so our children can eat and learn more today. But this isn't just a pounds and pence issue. And look, I'm an economist, I often talk about it, I get it. But it's about so much more than that. This is about the moral argument. No child in this country should be going hungry. No ifs, no buts, no exceptions. That is why I'm so proud of this bill. That's why I'm so proud to vote to end the two-child limit. That's why I'm so proud today to be sat on these benches. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The child poverty crisis that we inherited from the previous government is indeed stark. In 2014, 16.5% of children were in relative poverty, and by 2024 that had risen to 21.8%. The simple truth is that Conservative honourable members are today opposing a measure that lifts children out of poverty. They have not changed. Under successive Conservative governments, and yes, the Liberal Democrats, who can't get off scot-free on this given the coalition, carried out policies that led to hundreds of thousands of more children being pushed into poverty, 900,000 to be precise, leaving 4.5 million children living in poverty across our country. A shameful number, as large as the population of a country like Croatia or Ireland. And by the end of their time in office, the Conservatives' time in office, almost a third of children in the UK were living in poverty. And that tells you exactly who they prioritised and who they did not prioritise, Madam Deputy Speaker. And even now, they would undo that progress. They would... Of course I'll give way.
Would I thank the honourable member for giving way. Will we be able to support what statistic that backs up a third of the children in the UK were living in poverty, please?
The numbers... I thank the honourable member for his intervention. The numbers of children... As the numbers of exactly the numbers of children in poverty rose substantially.
On that point with the honourable member.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I'm sure my honourable member would agree that the statistics are published annually in the Households Below Average Income Statistics by the Department for Work and Pensions, which is the source of the statistic he's so cleverly deployed in the course of his argument.
Thank my honourable friend. And that is indeed the statistic that I was reaching for in my notes, and I thank her. Even now, opposition members, honourable members, would undo that progress. They would reintroduce the limit. They would make things worse. And as for Reform UK, What exactly? Indeed, where are they? We have seen populist policy, hokey-cokey, already today. It was probably taking place while the Honourable Member for Runcorn and Helsby was speaking.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Of course.
The reform policy really is quite something, I'm sure you'll agree. In fact, if you lost your child benefit because of the reform policy, it would take £345 a week in order to actually make a saving. So it doesn't really help anyone, but it does hurt those in the most poverty. So will my friend recommend that people don't listen to the easy answers of reform and actually work to make people's lives better?
I thank my honourable friend, and I was very moved by his speech, which he delivered from a position of great knowledge and great concern built up over a very impressive career. He's absolutely right. I, of course, would not recommend people to take too seriously policies that, as I said, are populist policy hokey-cokey, to scrap or to reinstate. It's hard to tell. And what we've seen from Reform UK is the concept of political triangulation being stretched absolutely to breaking point. in fact, it has broken with some of the populist nonsense that they have spoken about in recent days, of course.
Thank you very much. It's not just about, look, I like a pint as well as it happens, Madam Deputy Speaker, sometimes more than one. But I think it's fair to say that parents across this country will not appreciate 5p off each pint they pay, knowing that is going to make more children hungry. Yeah. I'm pretty shocked by the trade-off there. And I agree with supporting our pubs, and I will do it every single weekend, Madam Deputy Speaker, as part of our patriotic duty, but it's not fair. But there's another side of this, well, more damaging side, that just says if you just deport and attack enough people, it will make you richer. And it's absolutely something we should reject on this side of the House, and something that sometimes on the other side of the House they also reject as well.
John Finger.
Thank my honourable friend, and I couldn't have put it better, particularly the point he made about enjoying a pint. I too enjoy a pint, but I do think that linking in some way something as serious as tackling child poverty with the price of a pint in our pubs is trivialising something incredibly serious topic. The honourable gentleman is speaking from a sedentary position. If he'd like to intervene.
Intervention. I just see the irony of him talking about linking it to alcohol, which is a serious problem. Gambling is a serious problem as well, and his party have directly linked this to gambling, even though it's not a hypothecated tax. Could he explain the dichotomy between the two?
It's perfectly acceptable and reasonable for our government, such as ours, to take measures in budgets to provide the resources necessary to enact a policy, as this bill seeks to do, in a moment, to enact a policy, as this bill seeks to do, that will lift so many children out of poverty. And I think he makes a fairly fatuous point, if I may say.
Sure. Just want to share my confusion at the point just made. And doesn't that really illustrate that all of this is about choices? And a choice that's being made on this side of the House is to, yes, increase tax on gambling, increase tax on mansions, in order to decrease child poverty. The choice that Reform would make is increase child poverty for 5 pence off a pint.
Of course, the honourable gentleman that intervened on me is opposing, I am assuming, the policy before us today. So you actually don't want to take the measure that we are going to take. The honourable gentleman.
Order. The yous,
Indeed.
Ms Slinger. I've mentioned that to you so many times. Let's start again.
I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman is opposing the policy that will reduce child poverty by an enormous number. So look, the Conservative Party, Conservative honourable members, haven't really even tried to defend their record. Perhaps it's because it's indefensible. Their decisions were not accidents, they were choices. The consequences were known, the damage was predictable, and the outcome is now painfully clear. Years of ignoring child poverty have left this country with many problems, including the numbers of children not in education, employment or training, Madam Deputy Speaker. An inheritance that this government is now tackling, not least with the excellent work of Alan Milburn in his investigation into work and child poverty that was commissioned by my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary. Children condemned to a lifetime of economic activity, which is bad for them, it's bad for their wealth. As the Keep Working Britain report found, someone leaving the workforce in their 20s would lose out up to £1 million in lost earnings. It's bad for their health, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having 4 more years in education, on average, relates to a 16% reduction in mortality rates and reduces the risk of heart disease and diabetes. It's bad for the country. All that untapped potential and all that unnecessary benefit spend. Now, the arguments we heard, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't give way on that point. No, I won't give way on that point. The arguments we heard about parental responsibility, Madam Deputy Speaker, the claim that people have children to get benefits, those arguments were short-sighted, wrong, and frankly insulting. The Shadow Secretary of State herself could not cite any evidence for her claims. I will give way to my honourable.
I thank him for giving way, and he's making a very powerful speech. He says there is no evidence for that. It's because there is no evidence, and yet opposition's opponents to this move tonight continue to make it. Does he agree with me that it's damaging, it's dangerous, and it's insulting to children and to families who are working hard up and down the land to do the best they can?
John Slinger.
I agree with my honourable friend. Of course, it is insulting, and it was surprising that the Shadow Secretary of State couldn't cite any evidence at all. Madam Deputy Speaker, regardless of any 2-child limit, parents will, of course, still have children, and those children must never be punished for the circumstances of their birth. The best way to support them, the single most effective way to lift their kids out of poverty, is this measure before the House this evening. Now, some honourable members, Madam Deputy Speaker, right across this House and right across our country, implied that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, does not care about child poverty. They imply and they claimed that she does not care about economic inactivity, that she does not care about our moral duty. And that accusation was not just wrong, it was deeply disrespectful, particularly given her long record of campaigning on these issues. And this, of course I'll give way to.
Well, gentlemen, I wasn't here earlier in the debate, so please forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman talked about members being able to back up their assertions. Who was it in the debate who suggested that the Chancellor didn't care? I've never heard anyone on this side of the House say she didn't care, that she's not capable of dealing with. It's a different matter entirely. But who was it who said that she didn't care? Because I'm sure we'd all want to take it up with them and tell them to change their line.
Slinger.
Thank you, Madam. I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I always enjoy his interventions. I particularly enjoy this one because I very much respect and like the Right Honourable Gentleman. But in this case, it was particularly amusing, given that I wasn't actually quoting it. I didn't say, and I quote, I'm allowed to use words without having to justify every single word. You know the Right Honourable Gentleman knows full well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman knows full well that I was referring to the general view of Honourable and Right Honourable members in this House. He knows it full well. He knows it full well. This measure, I think I've dealt with that, absolutely. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a good effort, very good effort, but I'm going to move on. Madam Deputy Speaker, this measure, made possible by the policies of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, let's not forget that, will lift 450,000 children out of poverty. And I'm proud to say that that includes 2,020 directly in Rugby. But let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, lifting the 2-child limit is not the whole answer. It's part of the government's wider mission. So to the people outside of this chamber, don't let the doomsters, the gloomsters, the cynics and the propagandists mislead you. In just 19 months, as part of that wider mission, this Labour government has achieved the following. Day 1 rights for paternity and parental leave. Best start family hubs, bringing health, parenting and wellbeing under one roof. 30 hours of funded childcare from 9 months old. free breakfast clubs with 405 children in my constituency of Rugby benefiting from the April rollout. Minimum and living wage up. Record investment in schools. Apprenticeships reformed. Full funding for apprenticeships for under 25s in our SMEs, Madam Deputy Speaker. The youth guarantee mentioned by the Chancellor in the recent budget, ensuring routes into work, training and education. Young Futures hubs and youth hubs, and may I please ask the front bench if I can have one of those in Rugby? Because helping children is more than lifting the two-child cap. This government does not and should not define its moral purpose solely by the pounds it gives to those in need, although we should of course give money to those in need. But unlike the party opposite, we would do these things I've listed and of course spend money on lifting the two-child limit. We're glad to do this because it's not just about poverty in financial terms, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's about the poverty of aspiration for our children that all too often results from the policies of the parties of the right. It's about the poverty of ambition, about what a government should and can do to unleash the potential of all of our children. We reject this poverty too. Opportunity and prosperity and dignity for all cannot come, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether through the animal spirits of the economy or from the progressive policies of a government such as ours, unless child poverty is ended once and for all. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, we are the Labour Party. We want to give young people the skills, opportunities and create the ecosystem that unleashes their potential. And that starts by preventing their early years being blighted unnecessarily by poverty. We also stand for compassion and for support for those who really need it, and that's what we will do. Ending the two-child limit and wider measures that I've outlined, Madam Deputy Speaker, are vital to ensure that our young people become the architects of their future, not merely tenants, living in a world shaped by the older generations and by vested interests, and indeed by those who are opposed to this bill.
Andrew Pates.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I first put on record my thanks to my deep heat patch, for who my 3 hours of bobbing with a bad back have been a very special introduction to this debate. Can I say that also this is a welcome opportunity to speak in this debate and to highlight an issue that goes to the driving mission of why so many of us are in this House. Like many of us, I had the opportunity during December to attend services at some of my wonderful churches across Peterborough. This wasn't just the Christmas spirit, but there is nothing more majestic than the raising of voices to the newborn King with a packed congregation at a 900-year-old cathedral. At every service, I met congregations dedicated to helping others in my city. At the heart of those conversations was child poverty, the impact of child poverty on the children themselves, but also its corrosive impact on parents and all of us in society. Nothing goes to the heart of Labour's values than to address the corrosion of poverty on young lives. And I am deeply proud to be speaking in this second reading debate on what is one of the most important pieces of legislation that this government is bringing forward. So I'd like to also use my opportunity to thank Peterborough Food Bank volunteers and our Care Zone furniture volunteers who I've met consistently since being elected for the incredible work they've done during this time to support and help families and children in need. I'd also like to thank the volunteers at Kingsgate Community Church who do so much to help families in need with food, with debt advice and helping them navigate the still too clunky networks of DWP and the state. And that help is needed. We all know the national statistics. The honourable member opposite quoted the Trussell Trust. Well, I looked up the figures in preparing my contribution. In 2010, the last year of the Labour government, the Trussell Trust reported that just over 43,000 emergency food parcels were handed out in that single year. In the last year, the government opposite, over 3 million food parcels were handed out. I would adore to give way. Thank you.
Well, no one's ever told me they would adore to hear me speak in this place. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I completely appreciate the point he is making. However, I've also been doing some research whilst this speech has been going on, and it's worth noting that food bank numbers increase because they only count Trussell Trust food banks. And so the more food banks that join the Trussell Trust network, the more those numbers go up. And in the case of my city, where, as I may already have alluded to, I held the cost of living portfolio during the pandemic, it's no need to yawn. We actually didn't need the additional food bank that was set up, and they ended up having to send food away. Now, if that food bank had joined the Trussell Trust, it would have added to those numbers and actually distorted the figures. So whilst I'm not saying there may not have been an increase, I do believe it's worth recognising that particular point.
Speaker, I think that's a very unusual way to defend food bank use because you're counting poverty better in terms of it. Look, the Trussell Trust are very clear. When Labour was last in government, food banks existed as an emergency provision when people fell through the cracks of the welfare system. But it is the industrialisation of food banks and the industrial justification that is something shocking from the party opposite.
Absolutely. My honourable friend for giving way and commend him on the speech that he is giving. But we have to all admit, when the party opposite came into government with the Liberal Democrats in 2010 and they unleashed their social security cuts on our communities, that is what has devastated our communities. Food bank use did go up. Child poverty did go up. Disabled people's rights also went down because of the policies of this government opposite. So does my honourable friend agree with me that it's only this Labour government that is committed to eradicating child poverty and ensuring that many children, including thousands in my Battersea constituency, will be lifted out of poverty as a result of lifting the two-child benefit cap?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention and wholeheartedly agree. There is something wrong about a society where the parties opposite, including my Liberal Democrat colleagues, have not mentioned the impact and long-lasting impact of austerity on our public services, on our welfare provision and the support we're given to families. I give way to my honourable friend over there.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for recently welcoming me to Peterborough and the museum where we went to a Doctor Who exhibit and we discovered that Davros was considering defecting to reform. I thank him for his excellent speech. I speak to the CEO of the food bank in Harlow very recently, and he spoke of the big difference that this policy will make. Would he agree with me that actually the people that work for these food banks actually want to see them not being needed any longer, and actually that's something that this government should try to do?
Absolutely. I also agreed, my honourable friend. I'd like to put on record my tribute to all of those food bank volunteers, not just for holding me to account and make sure I'm here today to speak and support policies like this, but also making the case that he so powerfully makes. They want to see themselves out of existence. Whenever I've met Christians against poverty, my churches, my mosques, my temples, so many of those faith communities that are important to the social infrastructure of holding poverty at bay for so many of these families, all of them say to me they wish they didn't have to do this and could spend more time doing others. It is our job, starting today with this bill, to put that into practice for them. I've gone.
To the honourable gentleman to be most generous. I must say I agree with the honourable member for Harlow. Does he also agree with him that it would be a sign of success of this government if we see many fewer food parcels put out through food banks by the end of this Parliament than we do today?
Certainly, and I think many of my food banks would say that this one single policy that we're voting on today, so I hope he will join me in the lobby tonight to vote to eradicate that, will actually put money into the pockets of families who won't just lift their children out of poverty, but as my honourable friend who's no longer in her place said, put money into the local economy. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you ever want a symbol of the legacy of Tory failure in government, it is this. In my city of Peterborough alone, nearly 43% of children are growing up in poverty. 2 minutes walk from my house in the ward of Norwood in Peterborough, 6 out of every 10 children are growing up in poverty. That is a stain on our society and something that I am dedicated to eradicate. I'm proud of the work that my council does, but this policy will help its council. I'm proud of the focus of Peterborough City Council, pushed on by groups like Citizens Peterborough, that has ended the practice of children sleeping in B&B and hotel room accommodation. I was equally proud to welcome the Prime Minister to the Welland Academy in the autumn to make the national announcement over the rollout of free school meals for all children on universal credit. An incredible 16,000 extra children will benefit this September from free school meals because of an action and a choice taken by this government to be delivered in the coming months. But we all know we need to do more. This bill is an investment in our country's future. It will take 450,000 children out of poverty. This bill alone, its action, will take nearly 10,000 children lifted out of poverty in Peterborough by this single act that we are voting on today. And as many other honourable friends and great comrades in this place have said, almost half of families on universal credit are in work. Child poverty makes it harder for children to get on in life, and it hurts our economy.
Absolutely.
The party opposite would do well to remember, and I'm very pleased some of them have now returned to the debate. I thought for a while that the lights were on but nobody was home. Turns out that's just their policy rather than them as individuals when it comes to approach to child poverty.
Effectless rich.
Party opposite would do well to remember these figures are not merely statistics. They tell a story of lost opportunity, lost moments of childhood, lost potential for those children impacted, but also for our local economy, local shops and our local things. I'll happily give way.
I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, the point my honourable friend just made about the lost moments on the child is one that often gets missed because it's all well and good talking about the impact that this has on parents and economy. But as a child that grew up in poverty, I remember walking to school with a hole in my shoe and not being able to ask my grandparents for new because I knew they couldn't afford it. I remember feigning not wanting to go on school trips because I knew they couldn't afford it. I remember making sure that the holes in my jumper were sort of hidden when I got home because I knew they couldn't afford to replace it. Those memories stick with people throughout their life, and it has an effect on people when they grow up as well. So this isn't just about the economics of the here and now. This is about the real life impact on young people today and the impact it will have on the future. So I thank them for making sure those voices are thought of.
Thank you. I entirely endorse the comments made by honourable friend. It sounds like we may have had similar childhoods in different parts of the country, because neither do the figures and statistics that have been cited in this debate sit in isolation. It is no coincidence that alongside high levels of child poverty, Peterborough also has some of the highest levels of low-paid, insecure work in the country. At the last count of the government's definition, nearly 1 in 3, 30% of people in work are in chronically insecure work, largely 0 hours shift work, something that the party opposite voted to keep going in our economy, whereas we voted to take action and eradicate 0 hours contracts. We have one of the highest levels of adults with no formal qualifications. And despite our industrial, wonderful heritage as a city, nothing says more about the wasted opportunities of the last 14 years than the 70% drop in Level 2 and Level 3 apprenticeships in Peterborough and across the country. And I want to pay tribute, because despite painting a picture of difficulties that many families face in the city, I want to pay tribute to the incredible ingenuity, determination and grit that parents, often in difficult times, pay to do the best to look after their children, to raise ambition, to give people jobs and opportunities despite the adversity they face. They are the people we were sent here to serve, and they are the people who will be helped by the vote that people on this side and some other colleagues in this House will be voted on. And I have to say, to be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is some brass neck talking about poverty from the party opposite in terms of what they do. But also there is some brass neck from our colleagues and friends in the Reform Party. I used to think at one point they were plastic Tories. Now, after the closure of the transfer window, I just think they're Tories in terms of what they do. But I have to say, representing a wonderful and a brilliant and a great diverse city, to see the naked racism in some of their amendment about British-born parents and denying hard-working families doing the best for based on the birth of their parents is an affront to democracy and affront to British values. I will happily give way.
The honourable gentleman for giving way is very generous with his time. Does he not agree with us that British people should be put first?
Hear, hear.
I think my community is full of wonderful British people, people who stand up for British values, people who go out every single day and work to do the best for their children and the best for their community. And if you want to talk about, if you want to have a fight based on British values, bring it on, because every day the people on this side of the House will defend British...
Could I respectfully remind the honourable gentleman he doesn't use the word you, because he was suggesting that he might like to have a fight with me, and that wouldn't end well. Andrew Pace.
I do apologise, Madam Deputy. You've heard me say, you used to be saying I'm wearing a deep heat patch for my bad back today, so there would be no fight for me today in this, and I will apologise to the House for the passion I have for British values and the hard work of people in my community, who I will stand up for every day against the plastic patriots and others who seek to attack them. Because I'm going to try and make some progress. We have inherited an economic and moral failure by the previous government, and this bill will start to put right by injecting money into the pockets of families and support for children. But it's also why I welcome the youth guarantee and the focus on earning and learning for this government. The DWP has described Peterborough as a national youth unemployment hotspot. It is not just for youth employment, it's for child poverty as well. And when we put together the work of this government in addressing the needs of children in poverty, the expansion of family hubs, the support of breakfast clubs, the investment in schools, the investment in early years, alongside the investment in further education and the investment in apprenticeships, we are beginning to turn this tide around. Because what matters to the people of my constituency is the chance to get on in life, a chance to support their children, a chance to have pride in their community and pride in their families. And today, with this single bill and the vote that I hope everyone in this House will do, we begin to restore pride in our community by giving dignity back to parents in difficult situations.
Antonia Bance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I stand here as a proud representative of the Black Country and of the trade union movement. Black Country people work hard. We are proud, we are resilient. But 50 years of deindustrialisation and 14 years of Tory austerity means that wages are low, poverty is high, unemployment is high, economic inactivity is high, and many families have to rely on universal credit to make sure that there is enough money to the end of the month. I resent the implications that areas like mine, where universal credit payments are high, are somehow benefits streets. It was the party opposite, I will get to you, it was the party opposite, I will get to the honourable member, it was the party opposite who changed the benefit system to give us one benefit for all circumstances, in and out of work, and to attempt to reinvent a deserving and undeserving poor dichotomy at this time, when they made that change, which was the correct change, to one unified system, is a little bit galling, and on that point I will give way.
And she, as ever, showing a powerful oratorical style, but sometimes it's so easy when doing that to get one's facts wrong. Unemployment, I'm sure she will recognise, was at a near record low when the Conservatives left office and has risen by more than 20% in the less than 2 years that Labour have run the country. And I know the Honourable Lady is careful with the facts and she'd want to retract the point about unemployment under the Conservatives. Whatever other ills she wants to attribute to us, I don't think she can genuinely attribute that.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. He will note that I was making a point about the comparative rates in different areas of the country, speaking about my area and the impacts of deindustrialisation over the last 50 years, rather than making a point about national rates. On this side of the House, we deal with the world as it is. Human lives in all their messy complexity, because everyone is deserving of dignity, opportunity and hope, and every child deserves a decent start. That is why I am so proud today to say this. If you get ill or lose your job, if heaven forbid your partner dies, if your husband beats you up and you have to grab your kids and run, the safety net of our welfare state will once again catch you and every single one of your kids. Since the day I came to this place and long before, I have argued for this change. that no child is responsible for the actions of their parents, that the happy event of a little one being born shouldn't tip a family into poverty, and that whether a 6-year-old eats tonight shouldn't depend on how many sisters or brothers they have.
Absolutely.
This day today has come because we have a Labour government, and for that reason alone. And I invite everyone who thinks they had something to do with this day, who sits on a bench other than these ones, to retract their comments and remember who those children have to thank. Ending the 2-child limit helps 5,540 children in Tipton, Wednesbury and Coseley. Whenever I go to a school visit, I say to that assembly, to those children, in my area where child poverty is 50%, but not for long, I say to those children, if you have more than 2 sisters or brothers, please raise your hand. And I look, and the teachers look, at that forest of raised hands of children in larger families. And we know what that means in April, because we know that in April that means that those families will open their Universal Credit Journal, will open their banking app, and they will see an amount of money that is adequate to meet their families' needs. Not luxury, not extras, adequate. At last. 1.6 million children nationally helped by this policy that we will pass tonight. 1 kid in every 9 of our kids helped. Most of those families helped are in work. 6 in 10. Loads of them have a disabled member. 4 in 10. Some of them have kids so young that the parents can't work, and not a single one of them deserves to live in poverty. So to the mums with 3 or more kids, using universal credit to top up low wages and high rents, this is for you. Know that far away in Westminster, a bunch of people you elected to stand up for hard-working, low-income families thought of you and your kids and took out a gross, punitive law that kept you and your kids poor. Happily.
She talks about speaking for the public, but consistently on all polling, 60% of Brits want to see this policy stay in place. What does she say to them?
In my constituency and elsewhere who've raised questions with me about this policy is that in order to will the ends, you have to will the means. Save the Children have published this morning some polling that shows that 78% of the country want to see child poverty cut. The fastest and the most effective way to cut child poverty is to get rid of this punitive, gross policy that artificially inflates the number of children in poverty and creates an escalator to get more into poverty every day with every child that is born. And to those parties opposite, I would say this. I hear you say, go out and get a job to these families. Most of them are already in work. Are you telling those 5- and 6-year-olds?
Not you. I have not spoken in this debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I say to those on the benches opposite who are saying to people who are already in work to go out and get a job, what are they supposed to do? They're supposed to send their 5-year-olds out on a paper round to make the money add up when it doesn't. Don't talk to me about how families should plan better. You never met a better planner than a single mum in Prince's End making the money stretch. Don't cry crocodile tears for kids whose dad died. But when his widow needed help, we said, nah, shouldn't have had so many kids. Don't tell me that a dad who lost his job don't deserve help for his kids because he didn't predict years in advance when planning his family that his factory would close and he'd be dumped out of work. Be honest about what supporting the 2-child limit means. If you support it, you think some kids should be hungry tonight. Well, we don't.
Absolutely.
And I have no words for the idea of the charlatans of the Reform Party that they would reimpose the 2-child limit, plunge thousands of children into poverty, take hundreds of pounds from families each month in order to make it cheaper to have a pint. And the honourable lady representing the Reform Party was too frit to give way to me, so I ask her now, Her policy means that Sikh children in my constituency who have a mum or dad born in the Punjab, children with a mum or dad living in my constituency, their mum or dad was born in Bangladesh or in Poland or in Pakistan, British people, our neighbours, our friends, people who work and play by the rules, British citizens, but second-class citizens for reform. I was glad to see the member for North West Hampshire called them out. I'd like to see more calling out of the frankly disgusting point of view, the differentiation between different types of British citizen based on nationality, based on the colour of your skin, that we see in our national political dialogue going on from the Reform Party. I hope people across the country, in Scotland, in Wales, in my borough of Sandwell, will reject that division when the time comes in May, and in Gorton and Denton as well. Now, I say this to my constituents working hard to make ends meet. I won't apologise for prioritising our kids. Every child deserves a fair start in life. As one of our greatest Prime Ministers said, launching his own child poverty mission, poverty should not be a birthright. Being poor should not be a life sentence. We want for every child the freedom to learn, to play sport, to sing, to dance, to get on in life, free from want and fear, to be kids. This is what a Labour government does. 500,000 children out of poverty. I'll be voting for it tonight, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Shadow Minister Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'm going to start by just repeating something that the Secretary of State said at the beginning of his remarks, which is that he made much of the need to set against anger and division. So in my remarks, I'm going to appeal to everyone's better nature to do that, because ultimately, this removal of the two-child limit was not in the Labour Party's manifesto, and so until recently it wasn't something that the party opposite was committed to. In fact, it was ruled out by the Chancellor. So I have to say it has been a bit rich to sit through this entire debate and be lectured today when in 2024 the limit was clearly good enough for the party opposite, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor. I think it's also worth pointing out that we keep hearing 4.5 million and 500,000. Again, this two-child limit reduction seems to be reducing the 4.5 million that the government say is in poverty by just 500,000. So it'd be interesting to hear the Minister make some comments on that as we progress this afternoon. Now again, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate has been caricatured by rich Conservatives versus everyone else, but nothing could be further from the truth. We believe in a safety net, but we also believe in personal responsibility. Now, many of us on these benches grew up on benefits. I am one of those people that grew up on benefits and was in fact worse off when Labour came into power in 1997, when the child benefit was scrapped and replaced by working tax credits, because my mum supported my dad's business and didn't go to work in her own right while she raised her 4 children. So when I get asked why I'm a Conservative, that's why I say that they are, and I have checked that out this afternoon to make sure that I'm factually accurate. Now, we're speaking up for those who work hard, have high bills, housing and food costs too, but are paying tax because they work and don't qualify for universal credit. Now, just one final point I want to make before I get to my speech. There's been lots of things about free school meals this afternoon, but I would like to point out to honourable members opposite that when I recently questioned the Department for Education as to whether or not they have any record of the number of councils that are making the most of the auto-enrolment for free school meals, I got told that the government doesn't have the figure. So that might be something that they wish to go away and look at, because I absolutely appreciate that auto-enrolment helps the most vulnerable. But if you're not taking account of the levers that are in your hands to improve that, then I would just say I think that's something that needs some work. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, having done my bit of ad-libbing, I'm going to make some progress with my speech. Fundamentally, maintaining the two-child limit is about fairness. Fairness to working parents who do the right thing, fairness to working parents who make difficult choices, and fairness for families, and I'm going to make some progress, fairness for families who live within their means. Men and women who are working long hours in shops, schools, offices, construction sites and care homes right across the country. Now, why, Madam Deputy Speaker, should families in receipt of universal credit have to avoid the difficult decisions about how many children they can afford, unlike those who aren't? Now, compassion is often framed in terms of supporting the most vulnerable, and rightly so. Indeed, I have highlighted my own personal conviction on this in previous debates. But as one of my early colleagues in my previous council career told me, the left has no monopoly on compassion, Rebecca. Yeah. And indeed, compassion cuts both ways. We must remember the millions of hard-working families across the UK who are not on large salaries, yet fall outside of any thresholds for universal credit. The families who earn the same for going to work as their neighbours do on universal credit. It is unfair to these parents to make them bear a double cost, raising their own children and subsidising other people's. Now I'm going to continue with some progress. These mums and dads are the backbone of our economy, and we cannot afford to let them down. Scrapping the cap reduces incentives for parents to look for a job or work longer hours. Why bother going to work or work more when you could get more in benefits? A strong economy must provide incentive structures which help people to do the right thing, and we tamper with these fundamental structures at our peril. I will give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. And on the point of doing the right thing, the data suggests that in her own constituency, there are 1,160 children who live in a household that are not currently getting universal credit support for the additional children. Some of those will be listening this evening. Some of them will be teenagers. What does she say to them when she says that she could do something this evening, but is choosing not to? What is her justification to those children this evening?
I also speak for the 60% of the population who don't think we should be scrapping this. No doubt a large proportion of those are also in my constituency. Now, as Conservatives, we believe in personal responsibility and living within our means. Our welfare system should be a safety net for the most vulnerable, not a lifestyle choice, as my honourable friend, the member for Faversham and Mid-Kent, has argued so powerfully before. And as I've alluded to, it seems we are not alone. This principle of fairness is echoed across the country. A recent YouGov poll found that 57% of respondents believe the cap should be retained. The situation is particularly stark for self-employed mothers who can only access statutory maternity allowance, a flat rate which falls far below what their peers can receive via their employer. Now, I recently met one self-employed mother who told me she is seriously weighing up whether to have a second child because she and her husband simply cannot afford it right now. This is a deeply personal dilemma fraught with conflicting emotions. Equally, those not on benefits who have more children don't get paid more wages. They just have to absorb the extra costs within their budget. So this whole point that we need to give more money because you have more children doesn't always make sense. However, this government is determined to give families on universal credit a free pass. As a result, they will not have to make these kinds of hard choices. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, according to the Institute for Fiscal Studies, for 70% of the poorest households currently subject to the two-child limit, any money they stand to gain from scrapping the limit will get partially or fully wiped out by the household benefit cap. Now, how does the government square that circle when they've been quoting the headline figures of poverty? If Labour truly followed its own logic regarding child poverty, they would also need to scrap the household benefit cap at even greater cost to the taxpayer, something that has been raised numerous times by the left of the chamber on opposition benches today. Conversely, 40% of those affected by the two-child limit will be exempt from the overall household benefit cap because they have at least one claimant or child receiving health and disability benefits. This means that households with 6 children will get an additional £14,000 every single year. For larger families in particular, the financial gap between going to work and out of work will shrink significantly. We are, Madam Deputy Speaker, trapping good people in a bad system. Shockingly, 1 in 4 full-time workers would be better off on benefits than in work. That is 6 million workers across the UK whose neighbours on combined benefits are receiving more income than they are. It is no wonder that every day 5,000 people are signing on to long-term sickness benefits. A claimant who is receiving universal credit for ill health plus the average housing element and personal independence payment could receive the equivalent of a pre-tax salary of £30,100 according to the Centre for Social Justice. A family with 3 children receiving full benefits can get the equivalent of £71,000 pre-tax. How is this fairness? At best, scrapping the cap is a sticking plaster which does not tackle the root causes of poverty. We know that work is the best route out of poverty. In fact, if this government hits its ambitious target of increasing employment rates by 80%, this could lift approximately the same number of children out of poverty as scrapping the two-child limit. Instead, this bill will be yet another strain on our ballooning benefits budget. The two-child limit would have saved the taxpayer £2.4 billion in 2026 to 27, rising to £3.2 billion in 2030-31. No, because I believe your minister will want to have a fair share as well. His minister, apologies, if it had been retained. Instead, the bill is being passed on to all those families I have spoken about already. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to reforming welfare spending, the Prime Minister has shown extraordinary weakness of resolve. Scrapping the two-child cap is simply a political decision to placate his backbenchers, costing taxpayers billions. It is unaffordable for a welfare system already on its knees and damaging to the very work incentives his party promotes. And indeed, no one voted for it in the general election. As the Leader of the Opposition has said herself, 28 million people in Britain are now working to pay the wages and benefits of 28 million others. The rider is as big as the horse. Look at it through the eyes of hard-working parents and individuals. Many of their businesses and workplaces are already being hit by Labour's damaging tax rises. These are people with a work ethic. They willingly shoulder the burden of supporting their families without relying on the state, but their commitment to doing the right thing is being thrown back in their face. Now, the Conservatives are the only party truly standing by hard-working families. We are the only party serious about bringing the welfare bill under control and protecting taxpayers from yet more unavoidable costs. Keeping the cap is about fairness, responsibility and respect for the sacrifices that parents make every single day. To scrap it flies in the face.
Minister Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm like the Shadow Minister. I'm going to start by quoting my right honourable friend, what he said at the start of the debate, that this government has chosen to reject the politics of division and of rage. And instead, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has chosen to seek to bring the country together and open up a hopeful way forward. And that is the choice which underpins this bill. It was my great privilege, Madam Deputy Speaker, to take through this House the Child Poverty Act 2010, referred to by my honourable friend, the member for Calder Valley. That bill, as he pointed out, had all-party support. George Osborne spoke in favour of it. But a few months later, George Osborne was the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the government took the opposite stance. The 4 separate child poverty targets were scrapped. The headline rate of benefits was over time cut to the lowest real terms level for 40 years. The Child Poverty Commission, set up by the Act, was replaced with a Social Mobility Commission, and child poverty eventually rocketed by 900,000 to 4.5 million. That is what the Tory policies did. Their claim of wanting to tackle child poverty proved to be hollow, and we've discovered the authentic voice of the Tory party, which we've heard again this afternoon. But we shouldn't, Madam Deputy Speaker, forget the contribution of their coalition partners in the 2010 to 2015 government. I warmly welcome the Lib Dem support that we've heard today, a thoughtful speech by the honourable member for Torbay on behalf of his party, the members for Elian, East Cambridgeshire, Stratford-on-Avon, Eastleigh, Mid-Dunbartonshire. But of course their current party leader was in the cabinet when much of the damage was done and did nothing to stop it. When it came to the crunch, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the battle against child poverty, the Lib Dems were nowhere to be seen. And poverty does, as we've heard, immense harm. I won't just at the moment. Poverty does immense harm to children and to their future prospects. In the classroom, children are eligible for free school meals that are on the wrong end of an education gap that reaches 19 months by age 16. They earn around 25% less at age 30. Recent research from Liverpool University has shown that children growing up below the poverty line are 3 times more likely to be not in education, employment or training as young adults. To tackle the NEET problem, as we must, with almost 1 million young people left NEET by the last government, we have to tackle child poverty as well. And we've heard in this debate arguments that what we're doing is piling up costs for the future. Actually, it's the failures of the past that have piled up those costs that we are now having to address. The costs of child poverty play out throughout the lives of those affected. They play out in our social security system, in the NHS, in other public services as well. The Tories claimed by making those cuts they were saving money. What they were doing, in fact, was heaping up massive costs of future failure, which we're all now having to pick up. The bill that's in front of us tonight will deliver a better future for our children and for the country. Removing the two-child limit in universal credit will lift 450,000 children out of poverty by the end of this decade, and that's a figure that rises to over 500,000 children alongside other measures in our child poverty strategy. There's a generation less likely to struggle with their mental health, more likely to do well at school, and more likely to be in work as young adults and to thrive in their future working lives. A generation with the capacity to thrive. That is the future that we are choosing to build. I'll give way to the honourable member.
Minister for giving way. The government narrowed the scope of the last benefits bill, and it could widen this bill to take in the wider benefits cap too. The Chancellor is right there to find the money for it. So could the Minister explain why the only options assessed according to the impact assessment were doing nothing and this very narrow option, given the interest in lifting the overall benefit cap in this chamber today?
The change which I think she's arguing for would make a relatively modest alteration to the figures, and there is a real advantage in the benefit cap in terms of the incentive to work. So we're not proposing to change that, and we are maintaining very robustly in the changes that we're making that incentive to work. So yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a change from the choices of the previous government, which left us with a third of primary schools running food banks. I want to echo the tribute that's been paid in the debate by my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Riverside, to the work of the End Child Poverty Coalition. My honourable friend, the member for St Helens North, rightly, and others referred to the Child Poverty Action Group, others to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, to all those who've campaigned successfully for the change that we're making. Now, in the debate, the opening for the opposition, the Shadow Secretary of State said that her party didn't accept the relative poverty definition. Now, of course, as we were reminded in the debate, her party embraced that definition in 2010. That was part of the change that was made at the time. But actually, from 2010-11 to 2023-24, even absolute poverty rose. It was higher at the end of that period than it was at the beginning. That is an extraordinary feature of their record. I'm grateful to my old friend, the member for Oldham, East and Saddleworth, for her contribution and the work of her committee, working with my old friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood and the Education Committee in scrutinising our child poverty strategy. The points she's made were absolutely right. My honourable friend, the member for Lewisham East, I think was the first to point out the struggles that teachers are having in supporting children in classes. The survey evidence says that 38% of schools at the moment have staff paying out of their own pockets to provide essentials for their pupils because they can't afford to buy them themselves. With having full-time school roles to tackle hardship, taking away funding that ought to be spent on education. And my honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight that. The honourable member for Hinckley and Bosworth made a thoughtful contribution, as he often does to our debates, but he was wrong. He said that the extra money is going to be for people because they're not working, whereas my honourable friend for West Dunbartonshire, for Corby and East Northamptonshire, a very spirited contribution for Ipswich, for the Isle of Wight West, for Southampton Itchen, for South Derbyshire, for Nottingham East, Bishop Auckland and Peterborough all pointed out the great majority of the beneficiaries of this measure are people in work. So as a result, his argument crumbles away. No, I won't be giving way. It was very interesting to hear the arguments of the honourable member for Runcorn and Helsby. I mean, her party looks more and more like a cut-price Boris Johnson reunion party now, with all the old faces turning up on those benches, and now they're even starting to sing some of the old songs. The leader of their party has been talking for years about opposing the two-child limit. The honourable member for Faversham and Waterlooville wrote an article just a few weeks ago saying she opposed it, and today they're voting with the Tories in favour of the two-child cap. And those old policies would cause the same damage if they were to be brought in again in the future. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do remember a time when there seemed to be in the House at least some degree of consensus that it was important to tackle child poverty. Well, there wasn't much sign of that from the party opposite this afternoon. I'm sorry we've lost that. Scrapping the two-child limit in universal credit is the single most effective lever we can pull to reduce the number of children growing up poor. And in pulling it, we're helping hundreds of thousands of children to live better lives now and to have real grounds for hope for their futures. We're supporting their families, the majority working families, and by enabling the next generation to fulfil its potential, we're investing in our country's success in the years to come. This bill is the key to delivering the biggest fall in child poverty of any parliament on record. And in doing so, it's going to make a very big contribution to the missions of this government. Our manifesto, summed up in one word, was change. This is what change looks like. Ambition for our families, ambition for families and for the country.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Gregor Poynton and Deirdre Costigan. The tellers for the noes, Andrew Snowden and Alicia Kids. Thank you. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 458. The noes to the left, 104.
Oh, was that to a reform?
The ayes to the right were 458. The noes to the left, 104. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Programme motion to be moved formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.